Good evening. This called to order the Planning Commission meeting of July 29th, 2010. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in the following locations: City Clerk's Office, Clark County Government Center, Las Vegas Library, Grant Sawyer Building, and Bulletin Board at City Hall Plaza. All actions except general plan amendments, rezonings, and related cases thereto are final unless an appeal is filed by the applicant or an aggrieved person, or a review is required by a member of the City Council within 10 days. Ms. Clerk, can we call the roll?
Chair Truesdale,
Present.
Vice Chair Ellsworth,
Here.
Commissioner Trowbridge,
Present.
Commissioner Quinn, here, Commissioner Goins,
Present.
Commissioner Evans,
I am present.
and Commissioner Flingus.
Here.
Thank you.
Please stand for the pledge. Can we have housekeeping items? Can we have a motion on the minutes for the June 24th Planning Commission meeting?
So moved.
Any abstentions or comments? Please cast your vote. Housekeeping.
Mr. Chairman, item 23, the applicant has requested this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Items 24 and 25, the applicant has requested these items be withdrawn without prejudice. Items 28 and 29, the applicant has requested these items be obeyed to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. And item 40, staff is requesting this item be stricken.
That was item 40. Are there any comments or questions with regards to these items?
Mr. Chairman, I think the another applicant wishes to have an item held in advance.
Yes, hi, my name is Hector Camacho, and I would like to postpone the meeting today for next. I got next Wednesday, August 4. I got an appeal going to City Council, and this one it can conflict with the appeal.
Which item is this, Mr. Rankin?
This would be item 41.
41.
So you'd like that held till what date?
Sometime in September, maybe the meeting for next September.
Would it be more appropriate to look at tabling this item?
I don't know what I know you're meeting once a month right now, or 2 times a month. I don't.
Okay, we can consider holding it till the September 23rd meeting.
September 21st?
23rd.
23rd? Thank you.
Was there anybody here wishing to speak on item 41 this evening? Seeing no one. Okay, we have a motion on this item.
Motion to amend the agenda is noted.
Okay. There's a motion to, with item 23, 24, and 25 to withdraw without prejudice. Item 28 and 29 to obey to August 26th. Item 40 to strike from the agenda, and item 41 to obey till September 23rd. These items were listed as public hearing. Was anybody here wish to speak on these items? Seeing no one? Go ahead. These are with regards to whether these should be obeyed or not.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. And I'd like to hear item 41.
That won't happen tonight, I don't believe. But okay, motion is to follow the recommendation for the housekeeping items. Any other comments? Please cast your vote. And that is approved, and those items will be handled accordingly. Now we go to consent items, which we do not have any, so we'll skip those. Now we go to our one motion, one vote. The following items that may be considered in one motion, one vote, they are considered routine non-public hearing and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing the application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have the item removed from this part of the agenda. Item 6, EO extension of time 38396, applicant owner Nevada Power Company. Item 7, extension of time 38397 for an electric utility substation. Related items 8 and 9, waiver 38578, applicant Party Homes of Nevada, owner Hoff Financial 1 LLC. Item 9, companion item temporary map 38575. Item 10, GPA 38526, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner School Board of Trustees. Item 11, GPA 38527, applicant owner City of Las Vegas. Item 12, GPA 38528, applicant owner City of Las Vegas. Items 13 and 14 are related items. GPA 38529, applicant City of Las Vegas. And item 14, ZON 38530. Items 15, ZON 38618, applicant owner Teamsters Local Union 631. Item 16, SUP 38275, applicant Worldwide A's Jewelry. Item 17, SUP 38276, applicant Walgreen Company, owner Shadow Mountain Marketplace. Item 18, SUP 38340, applicant Walgreen Company. Item 19, SUP 38581, applicant Mamita's Restaurant. Item 20, SUP 38591, Archway Studios, Inc. And items 21 and 22 are related items. VAC 38583, applicant Neon Museum, owner City of Las Vegas. Item 22, SDR 38563 for a 174-foot reduction to a 3,547 square foot museum. These items were advertised at public hearing. Is there anybody here wishing to speak on these items or have these removed from this portion of the agenda? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, comments, questions?
Unless there's
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull item number 16, please, and hear it.
Okay.
And I'd like to know if we have the applicant present.
Well, we'll pull it either way. But
Okay. Thank you.
Unless there's any other comment, I'll move for approval as noted with the exception item number 16.
there's a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And those are approved.
Items
Director?
6 through 9 and 17 through 22 are final action, and items 10 through 15 will go to the City Council on September 1st.
Okay. And we'll go ahead and open up item 16. SUP 38275, applicant Worldwide A's Jewelry, owner Nurses S. Himidian, for a secondhand dealer used jewelry within an existing 500-square-foot general retail establishment at 1444 East Charleston Boulevard. Is the applicant present on this item? Please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, the second-hand dealer jewelry use would allow the applicant to buy and sell used jewelry. The proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this request.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Your name for the record and address?
Mark Gonzalez.
Okay.
And the owner is Elizabeth Gonzalez.
You've read staff's conditions and you're in agreement with all of them, right?
Say that again?
You've read all of staff's
Yes.
conditions and you're in agreement with them?
Yes.
Okay. This was advertised public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street. Is there any time that they're going to address the parking problem at this location?
That could be considered as part of our application or our
Now,
review
this
this
thing
evening.
is so overparked that I'm,
Underparked.
sorry.
That's right. Overburdened is a better term. Okay. Commissioner Evans.
Yes, thank you. Are you the applicant or are you the property owner?
We are the applicant. The property is not here. The property owner is not here. He's our landlord, Nurses Hemedian.
Right.
Yeah, he's our landlord.
Now, are you a new business proposing to go into the center, or are you?
We're existing business. We're doing that. We're right now we are a cell phone place,
Okay.
a retail store. So we're adding second-hand dealer.
The reason I pulled this forward, other than that I agree with Mr. Farlow, the parking there is often horrendous. There's ingress and egress. It's not real clearly marked, but you come in one side and you exit the other.
Yes.
And I'm pleased to see that the business is doing well, that you have so many cars there. My issue is really more with the property owner, who, from my perspective, is the one that would be responsible for the overall center. A couple of months ago, and if my fellow commissioners can recall, this is the little shopping center near 15th and Charleston. It has always, in my mind, had way too much sign span. It's often very cluttered with signage, and sometimes it just looks like a third world center. We had an application just a few months ago for a thrift store. It was a special use permit. And if I'm not mistaken, I sat here and I said, as long as you don't have all kinds of excessive signage and banners and writing all over the place and junk and garbage, I would support the special use permit. And within a few weeks of the approval of that, the applicant or the property owner and the people who have that thrift store, as of yesterday, I believe, there's still one of those tents out there, a board that says thrift store, which is in the sidewalk in the public right-of-way.
Yeah.
Nobody in a wheelchair can get around it. No one in a scooter can access it. There are banners all over the place, and there's a truck that parks on the street with a little cage in the back that
Yeah.
has a sign that says cigarettes are cheaper in the price. Now, it's not marked as a red zone, so I'm assuming that every day or whatever or so they move the truck and it's legal. I think it's a public safety hazard because you can't turn right onto 15th Street and they're blocking an entire lane of traffic.
Okay.
It's exactly what I asked them not to do by putting all the signs on the sidewalk, up and down the street. There are banners hanging off the light posts. It's exactly what they promised they would not do. And now you're the applicant and you're dealing with the consequences of a property owner and people who made a promise and a commitment to us that they haven't kept. So that's my issue. And I would be willing to consider, approving this, but I don't know where our hammer is. At what point do we say, you can't do this? It's ugly. It's unattractive. It deters from the neighborhood, and yet it's done anyway. So suggestions from my fellow commissioners, can we look at code enforcement issues? Can we have someone look at the property as a whole?
If I may.
Thank you.
On this, Commissioner and Chair, On this item, we have a condition that, on this particular case, we have a condition that reads that all signage shall be in conformance with Title 1914 or removed within 30 days of the date of final approval of the business license. So that gives us a tie to this unit specifically. Additionally, I have a note to the staff to follow up with our code enforcement people regarding signage on the entire center and also conditions of approval on the other units within this center. And we will pass that along to our code enforcement staff.
I can live with that. Can you address any of that? I'd like to hear a commitment from you.
Yes, basically on our complex, we're the only one who has just flags. We don't have those A bars or T signage on that complex. So I think our signage are pretty much not excessive. We just have stickers on our glass, and then just sign on top of our building. That's it. And whatever what do you call that? You guys want us to do, we'll do it based on our codes.
Okay. I'm going to hold you to that.
I just
pass
wanna-
that every day.
Oh yeah.
Every day I pass there.
I just wanted to ask one question. Are you moving into the Cricket store to add jewelry, or is the Cricket store leaving and you're just going to be selling
Well,
jewelry?
we own a Cricket store.
So
We're adding it on.
You're going to put jewelry in the Cricket store
Yes.
and sell jewelry too? So where will the sign go for the jewelry where it says cell phone Cricket, and then you're going to put a jewelry sign there? I mean, how will I know driving down 15th in Charleston that you're selling jewelry if you're not putting up another sign?
How do you put this? Might probably have to redo our signage on top of the roof. Oh, I mean, not it's not on the roof, but
Not on the roof.
in front of the where the sign's up.
I think my point is you have limited space,
Yeah.
and your sign is going to have to come off, and you're going to have to redo
redo
the
it.
sign,
Yeah.
because this is a very pet peeve of Commissioner Evans and mine, because I grew up down in this neighborhood as well.
Yeah.
So I think the sign is important that you take it off and redo it so that it's conducive with the rest of the shopping
Okay,
center.
because the only place we can put signs are just the glass, or the board.
And that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Not up and down the street or
Oh no,
anything.
we're
Okay.
like I said, we're the only ones who doesn't have those big trucks parked in there, or those big signs.
You just change it to cell phones and bling.
Yeah.
I can live with but I want your commitment, and you might go back, and if he's not watching, or you can talk to him about it, that they run the consequence of they got to follow the rules, and one little sign doesn't make a big difference, but you compound that times hundreds of them, and suddenly it's anarchy, and we look like a third world country.
I understand. Yeah.
So I'm going to hold you to your honor on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no questions, Mr. Chair, I would be willing to make a motion for approval with the added condition as read into the record by Director Wheeler.
It was an amended condition.
Amended condition,
Thank you.
yes. Okay, thank you.
If there are no other comments, there's a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that is approved.
And that is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now we're on related items 26 and 27. 26, GPA 38525, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner Community Bank of Nevada et al. From DR Desert Rural to SC Service Commercial at 3810, 3820, and 3830 North Jones Boulevard, with companion item SUP 38590, applicant owner Community Bank of Nevada, to reestablish an abandoned car wash self-service use with waivers to allow the use to be located 0 feet from the residential property where a minimum of 200 feet or an 80-foot right-of-way is required for separation, and to allow the use to not be operated in conjunction with another motor vehicle-related use.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is a one-lot commercial subdivision, a portion of which is a self-service car wash. The site has a general plan designation of DR Desert Rural Density Residential. but was approved with non-conforming commercial zoning prior to annexation into the city. The requested general plan amendment to SC Service Commercial will bring the existing C1 limited commercial zoning into conformance with the proposed general plan designation and would apply to the entire commercial subdivision. The requested special use permit applies to the portion of the overall site containing the existing abandoned car wash facility that was constructed and open for business when the property was located in Clark County. Subsequently, it was annexed into the city and became a legally non-conforming use. The car wash ceased operations for more than 1 year, which resulted in the loss of its non-conforming status and the need to reestablish the use through the approval of this special use permit. No changes to the site are proposed at this time. The requested waivers are required based on the current special use permit requirements of Title 19.04, which were not applicable at the time that the existing facility was constructed. The car wash operated for approximately 10 years before ceasing operations and was conducted in a manner that was compatible with the surrounding residential and commercial uses. Consequently, staff can support the requested waivers and is recommending approval of both applications. If the general plan amendment is denied, the existing zoning will remain non-conforming to the land use designation of the site. If the special use permit is denied, the self-service car wash would not be permitted at the site and it would have to be redeveloped for another use.
Good evening.
Good evening. Lisa Lavelle, representing the applicant. We appreciate the staff's recommendation. I did want to make one clarification of this existing use that has been going on for many, many years, and that is that one of these bays is a coin-operated, semi-automatic type of use. And I just wanted to make it clear that nothing is going to be added. That was a use that was already in existence at the time that this property was abandoned. So to the extent that that needs to be clarified, I just wanted to make sure that was acceptable.
Okay. This was advertised a public hearing. Anybody wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thank you, Todd Farlow. Does this facility have recycling, water recycling facilities or equipment?
I think that's a technical question with regards to the car wash facility. Do you guys recycle the water, recirculate it?
The answer to that would be no. This property was in existence for many years, and it was abandoned and foreclosed by the bank. So essentially, we're doing nothing different than what had been done for all of the years that it was in operation preceding that foreclosure.
Didn't we pass a law saying that all car washes had to use recycled water? I thought I read that in one of the meetings I was at.
I'm not sure you're not right, but I don't have the...
I think there's a provision of the Las Vegas Valley Water District on their water-saving rules, but it may be a grandfathered site, so we have to check into that.
Yeah, but then this goes to you, Dr. Scott. If something has been abandoned and then restarted, well, they don't get the grandfather, do they?
It depends on, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It depends on how long the use has been abandoned before we determine whether or not it's something that can be continued as is, or if it has to come into compliance with current code. So
And
I'd like this checked in.
But I understand your concerns, and I agree with the concerns about the usage. I think this is a matter of we're dealing with the land use itself, the operational licensing and code compliance beyond the land use is something the applicant will have to work out with the building department, licensing, water authority, all those other people. And I agree. I'm not sure there's any grandfathering for those type of things. At least not on any of the properties I seem to deal with. There aren't. So, but anybody else wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, comments? Commissioner Ellsworth?
I do have some questions.
Yes.
First, is it intent, so the bank owns the property now,
Yes.
and the bank intends to start up running the car wash again?
My understanding is that the bank has marketed this and that there is a seller, I believe. This is the broker. Perhaps you can address that issue.
Can we get your name and address on the record?
Troy Toller, 7477 Westlake Mead, Suite 270. We are marketing it actively. Community Bank was taken over by the FDIC, and it created a whole new scenario with trying to market it with them involved. We do have some buyers involved, but they're all worried about the special use permit process because most of them haven't been through it. that's why we're trying to be proactive versus reactive once we have a fire and they're on the clock.
Essentially, we're stuck at this point, can't do anything with it one way or another until this is resolved.
Well, see, the problem I have with it is that you want us to change it now to make it so it's a conforming use, but they may not use it as a car wash. Someone may come in and do something entirely different with the property. That thing's been sitting there for years. I live not far from it, and I can't imagine that it's going to be functional now. I got to believe that it's going to have to be tore apart and redone. I mean, that's been sitting there, it's been vandalized, it's a mess. And so I struggle with it. If you got someone on the line, on the hook, that's saying, hey, you get our zoning in place and the general plan amendment SUP, then we'll buy. Well, that's a different story. Then we're looking at someone today that's ready to do something. But if this is pie in the sky, I struggle with that.
I can understand that. The equipment itself is easy to put in. You can put it in within a week. It's it's a couple $100,000, $300,000 to put it in, but it's not that big a deal to put it in. Basically, all the conduit and everything's there. The vandals, if you've seen it, have taken all the electrical out of it. It's just a matter of putting the electrical back in, and then putting the handhelds in, and then the automatic.
So is it the bank's intent to put all that in and then sell it, or are you just going to get
the buyer would come in and put that in?
All right, so you just want to get the entitlements and then turn around to try to maximize the return.
Well, yeah, we'd hope. I mean, it's been sitting this way for a while now, and that is what we'd like to do, because otherwise it's just going to sit the way it is. I mean, what else are you going to use it for?
Let me hear what my fellow commissioners have to say about it, but I struggle with that concept. I don't like to do something when it's just with the hope that something can happen, because we're talking about a general plan amendment. We're talking about SUP, and I don't know who's going to come in and run this thing. I don't know what they're going to be like, and I struggle with it.
Let me just see if I can address, and I don't know that I'll address all of your concerns. I've been doing a fair amount of work for the FDIC on bank takeovers on this sort of thing, and they're stuck with a property that would have continued in this use had, of course, the borrower been able to pay his loans, or had the FDIC not stepped in. It's just kind of a catch-22. Even if the bank, I believe, had taken it over and not had FDIC step in, there would have been a much quicker marketing and a much quicker ability to continue with this use. We've lagged on it simply because of that administrative nightmare of having FDIC. And I recognize that FDIC is doing the best it can, but you understand the problem that's been going on in this community with these banks. They want to get this property up and running. It's been a viable use for many years. The broker believes that there are potential purchasers, but absent this use, the cost of doing anything with this property is going to be prohibitive. So this is the best use for this property. The facilities are already in place, and the idea is that rather than having it sit there doing nothing with the expectation that somebody's going to have to knock it down or wait for somebody to buy it before the use is approved, it's a catch-22. And that's why the request for entitlement is made now. It is a conditional request. If there's no purchaser, if the use is not reinstated, it will lapse. So this isn't going to be in perpetuity in any event.
Okay. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Yes, thank you. I have no problems with your general plan amendment. I think that's fine and just straightens out something that should have been corrected. But in terms of granting a special use permit for an old-fashioned car wash, I think that Mr. Farlow was right on target. I would have to get some advice from the planning director or the attorney as to the advisability of giving someone a special use permit where there's the big question as to the status of grandfathering in versus the ability to meet new requirements of the water district, because I believe that they are required to be recirculating water systems.
Director,
the SUP would allow them to begin the process of reopening that car wash. They would then have to apply for all the permits from the water district, anything that's changed with regard to sewer, if they have to get the landscaping back up. So this entitles them to the use. And then from there, they go forward to get all the other licenses and permits that they need to operate. So any changes that have occurred through the water district or anywhere else, they would be required to meet those new standards.
And, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And I don't know if there's a condition currently on it, but there could be a condition requiring them to come to compliance with all, water district rules, licensing, that kind of provision. But there probably is a condition in there already.
I think that's the ultimate deal, but I think it wouldn't hurt to clarify by adding a condition, whoever makes a motion. I I understand where the bank's at. And I understand Commissioner Ellsworth's concerns about entitling. What I look at this from the bank's perspective and the property owner is most people look at that property and see a car wash. The bank has it, they see a car wash. Having the use permit as a facility to at least make the representation clear and straightforward, I don't see a big issue with that. But I think from a timing perspective, I think the issue with regard to you meeting the codes is a reasonable addition to this. And having a time limit on this, because even with a use permit, none of us want it to sit there another 2 to 4 years or 5 years in its current condition. So I think if we can look at some kind of timing that has this reviewed, not from the GPA's perspective, I think that's a cleanup issue here.
You mean the
But
2
the
year
use
part
permit,
of it?
yes.
I think, isn't there 2 years
I
on it,
think
right?
it's 2 years on it,
Yeah.
yeah. Currently.
So it has to be open within 2 years or it goes away. That's correct.
If everybody's good
The
with
use
that.
will expire.
If there are any other comments or a motion? No? Commissioner Goins?
Wow. I wash my truck many a day in this car wash.
Not such a fun job.
On the GPA, I'll go ahead and follow staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion. Please cast your vote. With regards to the issue, or the, excuse me, with regards to the general plan amendment, that is approved, and that will go into City Council on September 1st. With regards to the special use permit?
Wow. I'll go ahead and follow staff's recommendation on 27 as well for the SUP. Did we want to add?
If I may, to clarify the conditions for your consideration, so if you wish to change them, but what we have before you at this time is the standard based on code that they would have 2 years to implement, to get their business licensed?
To establish the use.
Yes, okay, so that is correct. You could change that and make that shorter if you wish to do so. That would be to change that condition. And we also have the requirement that all city code requirements and design standards of all city departments must be satisfied. And that would require, when they come in for their various permits and such, then we check and the various departments check to make sure that all the utility requirements are met.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Goins, would you consider a 1 year rather than 2 year? I want to have a little more control about what's going in there, and I'm just deeply concerned about somebody showing up and throwing up something that's not, we don't like it, they just run roughshod. If we can go 1 year, then it gives us a little more control over it.
Okay. I'll amend the motion to add 1 year as opposed to 2.
Change condition number 2 to read 1 year.
And before we vote, to the applicant, you're in agreement with the 1 year period. I know you'd like to, but 1 year, you can always come back and ask. I mean, there's always going to be an update. I think that's an appropriate way for us to make sure this project moves along.
We just want to make sure that there's, from the point of sale, there's enough time to close and get through all the processes, and so that's.
Well, I mean, I think what you've heard here tonight, if there's a stellar user standing in front of us, I think we can work with that. But the motion is presented as amended. If there are any other comments, please cast your votes. And that is approved, and will go into City Council on September 1st.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we go to item 30, VAR 38328, applicant owner Kahava and Azrakam Cohen, to allow a 4-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing enclosed attached carport at 4718 Lorna Place.
Mr. Chairman, this request is the result of the enclosure of an existing carport which extends into the required side yard setback area without the required building permits. Staff recommends denial as the applicant has presented no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance pursuant to Title 19-18-070 that would substantiate the request. If denied, the applicant would be required to return the carport to its originally permitted condition. Please note that additional letters of support were received for this item after publication.
Okay, is the applicant here this evening on this item? In the that's
think you have an applicant.
No applicant?
with the condition of the property and the absence of the applicant, we could trail this later in the meeting if the applicant shows up. We could hear it at that point.
I hit the wrong button.
Was there anybody here wishing to speak on this
I
item?
hit the wrong button.
Okay, we'll go ahead and trail this and come back to it. Related items 31 and 32. 31 VAR 38553, applicant Clark County School District, owner United States of America, requests for variance to allow 11-foot tall retaining wall where 6 feet is the maximum allowed, and to allow the combined height of the retaining walls and screening walls to be 14 feet where 12 feet is the maximum height allowed at the at the northwest corner of Washburn Road, Alpine Ridge Way. Companion item is SDR 38557 for a proposed 41,000 square foot transit yard.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed facility will provide a hub of storage and maintenance of the applicant's fleet of school buses. The design and layout of the proposed transit yard is compatible with adjacent development, and the severe grade of the area justifies the use of higher perimeter walls and retaining walls. Staff therefore recommends approval of both requests. If denied, the project as proposed cannot be constructed and a new site design review would be necessary. Please note that additional letters of protest and support were received for this item after publication.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, representing the Clark County School District from 4190 McLeod Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Hey, we'll deal with this, but microphones are on, I believe. They are on.
I'll speak up. Is that better?
That's fine.
Okay. We're here before you tonight to seek approval of a site development review for a satellite transportation facility. The site is located on the west side of I-215 and south of Ann Road, and the site is already zoned for a public facility. The facility will house approximately 300 to 400 buses, and it will serve the northwest area schools only. There will be an administrative building, a maintenance yard, or maintenance bays, public lot, or parking lot for staff. Let me put this one up here. A fuel canopy and a bus wash station. Access to the facility will be from Ann Road, and the district will be constructing all the off-site improvements around the site. We met with the Ann Road Committee back in October of '09, and then we also conducted a neighborhood meeting in November of '09. The main concerns addressed at both of those meetings included bus traffic, lighting, and the ability to see the site from the surrounding neighbors. To mitigate those concerns, we're proposing to have intense landscaping buffers around the site. We're doing tiering walls with landscaping on the north and the east sides of the site. We're doing low-level shield lighting to reduce the light pollution. And we conducted a route analysis that would show that there are no more buses that are driving through that neighborhood than what is already there. This project will create jobs internally and externally in the district, and we feel it would be a very critical project to us in the district and to the community. There will be a cost savings to the district of about $3.5 to $3.7 million. So that will go back in the schools for teachers and jobs. Staff has recommended approval, and we concur with all staff conditions. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. We're going to open this up to a public, open up the public hearing. We're going to set a clock at 2 minutes per person. There are 2 microphones down here. Anybody who wishes to speak on this item can come down, make your presentations. We'll give the applicant time to respond to any questions raised. We would like you to focus on the application before us. There's no other uses before us. I don't want a bunch of storytelling going on. Tell us your concerns and we'll address them.
Hi, good evening. My name is Denise Arancibia. I reside at 5265 North Chieftain Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. My main question is, where is the funding for this project going to come from?
Thank you.
According to the Clark County School District, the 26th special session of the Nevada legislature reduced state's funding for the Clark County School District by approximately $78 million. In addition, local revenues that support the district are projected to decline by $45 million over the next year, leaving a total projected budget shortfall of $123 million. On May 19, 2010, the 2011 final budget was compiled, and here are a few of the excerpts from that budget package. Class sizes in grades 1 to 3 will increase by 2 students, although overall student enrollment will decline slightly. Textbook supply budgets will be reduced. Administrative positions will be reduced by 10%. Federal Title I funding will be $6.9 million less. After all of these savings are converted, a shortfall of $25 million remains and has been deducted from salary accounts to balance the 2001 final budget. Included in the budget are the following: eliminating positions fiscal year 2010.
I think we're going far afield of what the actual item is being.
Well, the actual item actually is the school system is short. It has a shortfall of funding.
But we're not. This isn't a school board meeting, and nor are we the legislative session to review the cost analysis of this. What we're here to review is the land use of this item, and what the applicant presented very straightforwardly is this. They're proposing this as a cost savings measure to the school district.
But if there's going to be less children in the schools, as proposed by the 2010 budget, how is that going to save money?
Okay, I'll look into it.
And just one more thing I would like to say. This proposed project was part of a 2008 131-acre project, which included the trash transfer facility.
That's why we're not going to tell stories here tonight.
Oh, I know, I understand that.
I'm here to look at a land use on an application before us. I'm not here to talk about what mighta, coulda, woulda that isn't on the agenda and not even before us and has never been considered by this
Could I
commission.
see exactly where they are proposing it as according to where they proposed it last time? On the chart with 131 acres, where is their 31 acre piece?
We'll have that shown to you. Thank you. Next. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Richard Dart. I reside at 9110 West Tropical Parkway. My concerns are, as you know, we've tried to keep this project out, but it doesn't, how do I say, confront any of the problems we're confronted with when you build a facility like this. Right now, Ann Road is like a water detention runway when it rains. Have any studies been done on how this is going to affect the runoff when we have the storms out there in the northwest? The county is all the time, every time we have a rainstorm, they're working on Ann Road, regrading. There's no runoff in there, and I would like to know what has been done to address these issues.
And as part of our standard conditions, Public Works can tell you what we do.
Sure. Lucian Pite with Public Works. This site before us actually does not impact, and as far as from a flood control management standpoint, I believe this portion of, he may be speaking of in Ann is within the county, and there are master plans that the Regional Flood Control District does do to accommodate future planning, but as far as this site is concerned, it does not affect the runoff onto Ann Road.
But it affects us, and you're talking about people's street signs on these other projects and all these other concerns. Well, you're not taking our concerns into effect. You know, it's going to affect us. It's going to impact us. These drainage problems should be addressed before a facility like this is constructed, instead of just letting it run down the road and the gravel run all over the road and make a mess like it always does. Are you willing to address these issues before you allow a permit like this to be in place? Your city, we're county. You know, we're right next door. We're neighbors. You got to respect us too.
I appreciate that.
No
We'll ask
response,
those,
though?
We will ask those questions. I will make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
My name is Donald McIntyre, 6122 Galileo Drive, 89149. I oppose the bus yard being constructed. You can see from what I've placed down here from presentation November 19th last year that it was presumed that the 215...
Can we have the camera zoom in on that, please?
Pardon me?
It's for the background.
We're zooming in on your diagram.
Oh, okay.
So we can see it.
Let me take the other stuff off.
No, you're fine. Just leave it
Okay.
right there. You'll zoom the camera down. There we go.
The assumption was that the State Route 215 reconstruction would be completed and that what is now an intersection at the juncture of Ann Road and the 215 would be converted into an interchange. I think that's many years down the road. And to construct the bus yard now before the 215 reconstruction is completed is kind of cart before the horse. Secondly, that the proposal at that time was of the 300 buses headquartered there, 125 would go east, 125 would go west when they're dispersed, and 50 would go down Ann Road. Ann Road is in the RNP zone. It is a narrow two-lane road, and putting 50 buses per day, which I assume they come back morning, go out in the afternoon, that's 200 bus trips per day on Ann Road, two-lane rural designation. What you may not know, recently the county has started to review 115 home development, which also exits off of Ann Road. And this portion of Ann Road is also the main portal for Centennial High. Ann Road, without the completion of the 215, this is not the time to build the bus yard, even though they may save $3 million. They need to wait, get the 215 done, then consider.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jonas Stoltzfus. I reside at 5737 TP Lane. The objections that we have are the ones that you don't want to talk about, which was 2 years ago. The same 131.7 acres was considered for 3 or 4 different uses. None of them made sense then. None of them make sense, including this proposed use. It does not make any sense across the road from a rural estate zoned, even though that might be the county and might not be your jurisdiction. We object. There's a lot of us that object. They're not all here tonight. I'm here tonight objecting for the same reasons that the group objected a year or 2 years ago. We would call on the city to consider the same things that the county considered and vote no on this. As a detail, I would just like to ask your staff, when they're printing a map, to print something that designates north, first of all, and second of all, gives us street names that we can read. If you'd like the example, here it is.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Mark Bloom, 10175 West Tropical Parkway, 89149. I got a yellow light. Is that okay? Thank you. Already. I'd like to go on the record as being, thank you, as being adamantly opposed to this project. I, along with many of my neighbors, have spent our life savings building our dream, trying to put down some roots in a city that really is known for not having many people with roots. And it seems, from a personal level, that every time we try to do this, we're constantly coming before one of the commissions here asking to in a way, be left alone. I realize there is change, but change just for the sake of change doesn't always mean it's good change. You're asking us to put up with or agree with a commercial facility right across the street from an RNP in a rural area. If this were in an area where there was a lot of houses, a lot of commercial, I don't think anybody would complain. But you're asking me to swallow a bus lot across the street from where I spent my life savings to retire and set up a new business and establish a great way of life. And I just think that it's not appropriate for this area. The other issue, I've been to many, many meetings, and the school district respectfully says this really isn't going to impact your quality of life. Let me just run a couple of quick numbers. Bus driver goes to the lot in the morning, that's 1, picks up the bus 2, returns the bus 3, and goes home 4. Then does it again in the afternoon. So that's 8 trips in and out of that intersection per bus per day. Times 400 buses is 3,200 movements through that intersection that aren't there now. Nobody's going to stand here and tell me that's not going to affect my quality of life.
That's not accurate.
That's absolutely accurate, unless they carpool.
Pardon me?
Unless they carpool, that's absolutely accurate.
No, some of these, I worked for 7 years in public transit, Veolia, with the public bus company. But some of these school bus drivers, once they go out in their buses, they may be out and queue those buses in different areas depending on their pickup times. So they're not pulling out the yard, pulling back in the yard, pulling in the yard, pulling back in the yard. That doesn't make fuel efficiency sense.
I'll accept that,
So they don't make that many trips.
I'll retract that. Let's take it and cut it in half.
Second of all, can you see this bus yard out your front door?
Absolutely.
Where do you live?
On West Tropical Parkway?
Yeah.
Would you like to come over tomorrow night and I'll show you?
No, I'm looking at it on the map.
I'd invite you over. You can see it.
Could you show us on the map, Mr. Bloom, where you live so we can see what...
Not unless you can blow it up.
We can blow it up.
Tropical Parkway is a...
And I'll retract my 3,200 movements. We'll take it in half and call it 1,600. It's still an awful lot of traffic and an awful lot of noise and an awful lot of aggravation that doesn't belong in a rural setting.
Where does he live?
It belongs out away from people's homes. That's the point I'm trying to make, sir. This is not appropriate for a rural neighborhood. It's just that simple. And I can't... How would you like me to point where I live?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. The second speaker was concerned about the runoff. Do we have the civil engineer's elevation showing the slope of this land? And the second comment I would like to ask the applicant is that there is a cement out now that is a porous cement that when the rain hits it, the water runs through the cement rather than running out. Are they going to use that?
Thank you. There are 2 microphones. Please step up to the mic. Good evening.
Laura Sorensen, 5725 Eula Street. And I do live within visual view of this location. I also live within 1 block of Ann Road. My main concern is the increased traffic on Ann Road. Currently, Ann Road has, if you're coming from the east, has a sign that says no trucks. I believe they did that for the concrete yard a long time ago. I'm worried about the additional 50 to 300 buses that I'll have to see out my back window every day passing by. Also, the increased traffic in the bus drivers right now. There are several accidents a week when school's in session on Ann Road. So my main concern would be the increased traffic on Ann Road and the increased bus traffic.
Thank you. Good evening.
Leland Williams. My address is on La Mancha, but it's on right off of Ann Road below the 215. I'm within walking distance of where you're planning to do this. We were here 2 years ago, Steve, and we had this conversation, okay? And we had met with, at that time, Councilman Brown at the Santa Fe. He was kind enough to come to our meeting, and we thought that this was in the past. So I'm somewhat surprised that I'm here again this evening. And I'm wondering, but that's historical fact. Okay, Larry Brown did come to our meeting at the Santa Fe, and at that time there were other proposals. The garbage company was involved, and there were some other things going on that we had taken off. We actually met with Mayor Goodman, and we had his after the fact, and that we were moving in different directions. There were other proposals, a park, but there were other proposals for that piece of property. We also did meet with the school district transportation department, and we met with the people who had planned all of this, and we understood their need. And I'm not talking about the other possible uses by the city of Las Vegas, but just the school district. We met with the transportation department 2 summers ago with the people who run the bus system, and they had charts. They had done a lot of studying on this on the computer as to why this location was important to them. We understood that. We had assurances, verbal assurances from the school district's transportation department as to what would and would not happen for those of us that live right there. And I'd like to pursue that avenue, that if this is going to take place, and I understood that they had a need. I understood that. What kinds of, I don't want to use the word concessions, but what kinds of assurances can you give those of us, can the school district give those of us, because they did give them to us verbally, that we would not be negatively impacted? They were pretty specific when they spoke with us as to what they could do to help us out as people who lived right there. And it was reassuring at the time. And I don't want to let that slide. If we're going to have, and I understand the need, if we're going to have this, then I would like to get a contract with all of us who live right here that they had verbally made to us at that time, which would certainly help the entire situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson? Are you saying that you would have a level of comfort if, in fact, the school district made some assurances?
Speaking only for myself, I think that's a yes. My concerns about the other things that were on the table at that time are still out there. There was a proposal for a jail, okay, which had nothing to do with the school district, okay, it was the city of Las Vegas. But the school district need for transportation, I understood. They did make verbal assurances to us, and my own personal response to you on that is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Eric Luthi. I live at 6640 Chinatown Street, which is roughly about 2 miles or so just west of where this proposal is. I'm a transplant here to Las Vegas, came here about 18 months ago, and I spent 6 months trying to find a home where I wanted to live here. I finally found one up in the Providence area in the northwest. The reason I selected that place is because it was a nice, quiet suburb away from the noise and the bustle and the commercial development and everything else that Las Vegas has. Had I moved here and there had been a bus depot there, I wouldn't have lived there, and that's my big concern, is that we're going to take one of the nicest, newest, upcoming areas in Las Vegas, the northwest part, the Providence, and we're going to turn it into essentially a North Las Vegas. We're going to put a bus depot here on 30 acres. There's 130 acres there proposed. What's the other 100 acres going to be? Is it going to be a prison? Is it going to be a transfer station? Is it going to be a third world country strip mall that sells cell phones and bling? Stuff that we don't want up in that area. So I'm just concerned for, as I said, all the traffic, and then just our people's quality of life up there. That we've selected that area for a specific reason, to get away from the commercial development in the city, and looking for a little peace and quiet out there.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lazaro Arcevia, residing in 5265 North Chieftain Street. My concern is also they don't have any guardrails on 215, and we have friends of ours that have passed away in that corner right there by the quarry. And right now there's no safeguards, and you're going to put buses on that area. I would like to know if that would be a big issue to have put into place before you open that up.
Thank you.
My name is Cynthia Usher. I'm at 9965 West Tropical on the corner of Wallapai, and I have a couple concerns. Mostly, what about the noise abeyance? They're going to be working on 300 to 400 diesel buses through the night. This is a quiet rural neighborhood of generally $750,000 to $1 million homes. Have they addressed the issue of all these diesel buses running in the maintenance bays? My second issue is with the traffic on the 215 Ann Road intersection. The plan doesn't state how the buses will be exiting onto the 215. The quarry trucks have had so many accidents at Ann. One of our neighbors was hit by a quarry truck there. You add 400 buses to the mixes. What's that going to do to the people going on the 215 to work in the morning, having to deal with more buses and more traffic? I understand Las Vegas Paving also just filed a lawsuit, and the widening of the 215 that had been set to take place in the near future has been put back several years. Has anybody considered that? Because the 215 is only 2 lanes each way at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. One more. If I don't see you stand up now, then after this speaker, oh, nope, then we're going to close the public hearing, and I'll give the applicant a moment to answer some of the questions, and then we will discuss this.
One of the first items I wanted to address was about the funding. I can tell you that the money's purpose for the bus yard were from the 1998 bond fund. Our 1998 bond fund is almost exhausted, and when they went to the voters back in 98, they asked for 3 satellite facilities. This would be one of them. We've only constructed one of those 3 satellite facilities. So that money has been sitting in the bond fund for the last 10 years or so, waiting to be constructed. That money will be going back to the state more than likely in the legislative session in 2011 if we don't purpose that money. It does not go back to the school district. So we're kind of having the fear of if we don't move this project along, then that's what's going to happen with that funding. So we do have the funding there. The interchange that was going to go ahead and be, that the gentleman talked about, that is out of our realm. That was in the county, and the county is the one that would put that interchange in, and it's up to them as to when that happens. There was a point in time where they didn't have the funding, and there were a few other issues that happened with that interchange. From what we understand, we're having a meeting with the county, and we're working very closely with Public Works, City Public Works, in order to work within that interchange. And the timing of that, I don't know. I don't think your Public Works Department has any clue as to when that's going to happen. So we have looked into that. We do understand that, and that's why we wanted to show the plan originally as it was going to take access from the site, because we showed 2 drawings. One was with the actual interchange as it would be eventually in there, and then one without. The master plan zoning on, it was in your packet that I had handed out. On the west side of 215, I believe the master plan zoning, and the city can correct me if I'm ill-speaking on this, but it was always zoned not for residential uses. It was zoned for typically general civic uses and public facility uses. So everything on the east side was typically for residential uses, which kind of stayed in the R&P. The number of buses going down Ann Road, I have with us our route specialist, and if there's any specific questions that you have as far as those numbers and how those bus drivers kind of exit and enter and all the traffic, the number of buses going down there, I can have her speak on that issue. What we did also was to try to mitigate the site as much as possible, and that's what came out of the Ann Road Committee meetings. So we have over 7 acres of landscaping on this site, and that's why we were asking for the variance for the tiered walls. So we wanted to tier it so you actually couldn't see the site. You may be able to see a little bit of it, but for the most part, it is sitting down on the other side of the 215. If or when the interchange goes in, there's also going to be sound barrier walls, we believe, that the county's going to put in, which is also going to help mitigate the visibility of that project. As far as the guardrails, again, that is completely out of our purview. That's something that the county would have to go ahead and address. The noise and the maintenance, we have with us our head of maintenance. He can speak to that issue also if you have questions on that.
Thank you. Before we start, I wanted to ask Public Works a couple of questions, because as it's been raised a couple times, everybody goes, it's just across the street. Well, this is a interstate scheduled road. I mean, this is in some parts of the Beltway through Summerlin, the south. This is a major freeway. What's the typical right-of-way through this section that is between this and that rural neighborhood?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I don't know the exact width, but we're looking upward to 200 feet wide of a beltway. And I also wanted to just clarify something for the numbers on the traffic. As is common with all the site developments that come in that will require a traffic study, and they will be required as part of the conditions to do a traffic study, we do a rough ballpark estimate, and we've estimated approximately 2,000 vehicles to be generated through this site. Now, it's our assumption that the number of vehicles going on to Ann Road will be the same as they are today, and that the additional vehicles that are coming from the site and entering the 215 will be using the 215 to make their routes. Now, Ms. Perry can probably clarify with who's going where with the buses, but it's our assumption that the traffic on Ann Road is not being increased, although we have, with this estimate, a number of vehicles that will be increased to this development. We estimate this is all west of the 215 and not east of the 215.
Thank you. There was one other question raised by the maintenance hours. Can you speak to what is anticipated in maintenance on the site?
I'm going to have John Howard come down and kind of go through that and explain that to you.
Okay.
He's with our transportation department in the school district.
Mr. Chairman, the Commissioners, my name is John Howard, Clark County School District Vehicle Maintenance Director. Normally, we run our maintenance hours from 6 in the morning till between 10:30 and 11 at night. And we did a study on decibel levels in the middle of the day with our shop running full tilt, and it was 53 decibels out at the street level. This garage will actually be further from the street level than our current garage is.
And what's normal street ambient noise?
Excuse me. Residential is 50.
Okay. And the freeway, roughly?
Highway traffic is about 70.
Okay. Thank you. I'll turn this over to the Commissioners, and then we'll see what other questions we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Commissioner Ellsworth.
So as I heard the certain members of the public get up and discuss things, so one thing I want to ask you briefly is this grading and the water. I mean, that's a legitimate concern they have. They don't want to see their properties become inundated with floodwaters because it's being diverted around yours and onto theirs. Can you speak briefly about this flood control? Do you have any information on that?
We're going to be conditioned to do a drainage study. So we didn't really, since it was on the west side of 215, and I guess the drainage didn't come into play because we're going to be sitting, I think it's 700 and some odd feet back from 215, and we're on the west side, and we figured that would be a natural barrier. But I'm sure that's going to, and the site's going to be depressed. So once we have the drainage study completed, I'm sure that would be taken into consideration.
Is that correct?
If I may, Chairman. With the drainage study, what happens is they'll study how much water is coming off the site, and they'll probably generate some more water because of asphalt versus just dirt. But they will not be allowed to increase downstream flows. So regardless of what they do, and even though we don't have the technical study today, we know for sure that they will not be allowed to increase downstream flows. So anyone downstream of them will be same as today.
And then the gravel pit. The gravel pit is fairly close to where you are. How close is that gravel pit?
It's basically on the south side of Washburn, so it's immediate, it's adjacent to us.
Immediately adjacent to it. And that gravel pit, are there a lot of trucks going in and out of there now?
We did contact the gravel pit company, and then they said that their usage, I guess, had gone down because of the construction had gone down. I don't know, those figures were from last year. I asked them to update those figures, and I didn't receive any information back from that. But they use the haul route that goes and runs parallel to the 215, which is right along here.
And the gravel pit's not going anywhere anytime soon, is it? Do we know? There's no that's going to be there for a while, isn't it?
Quite a while.
And the cost savings to the school district is what again?
$3.5 million. It's in fuel costs, it's in labor.
Is that per year?
Yes.
$3.5 million per year is the cost savings. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goins?
Just a couple of comments. I wanted to, the gentleman that just got here 18 months ago, I mean, you said you don't want it there, but you coming 18 months ago put a couple of more cars on the street that increased the traffic as well. And I kind of take exception of saying that, you know, we create these third world rinky-dink shopping plazas. I've been on this board for 16 years, and one of the things I try to do is make sure that doesn't happen. And I think we as all planning commissioners take pride in the wards that we represent. And then you take a shot at North Las Vegas. I'm just going to put on the record, I'm a namesake of a school in Las Vegas. But here's my problem with it is that, you know, our school district ranks first in everything that's worse. Dropout rate, all these other things that we try to educate our children, and we wonder why a lot of our kids don't stay in here once they finish school. And when we try to down the school district when they're trying to do something to better our next workforce, which is at fledgling right now in Las Vegas, I get a little cracked voice when I speak. And so, but this property here, this is 131 acres of public facility. And the school district's only dealing with 40 of the acres. So there's going to be other requests coming in for public facilities, and I guess that means every use that comes in on this piece of public facility land is going to be shot down. But sometimes be careful what you ask for, because what we're trying to do it for is the betterment of the community, whether it be to put strategically located buses, whether it be to put a city facility out in this area of town where people have access to a lot of services. So I understand the residents that have a lot of concerns, but the not in my backyard approach I don't think is what we should take. It's annexed in 2007. We know it's public facilities. So I think as neighbors and taxpayers and mothers and dads, I think we need to sit down and work through these problems together and not just come and say, we don't want, not in my backyard. I've heard that over 16 years, and as a planning commissioner, if we didn't put anything in your backyard, I don't know what type of community we would have. But I'm about tired of our school district being number one in all the worst categories, and we try to assist and help and get our kids from one place to another, which in this day and time, we would hope that a school is sacred ground where our most precious resource can be educated so that we can have a better community. But yet we get folks out here that could give a care less, and I think that may be part of the problem of why we're not prospering.
Thank you. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Yes, I think most of the concerns were brought up so far have been addressed except for one, and that is in regards to the timing of the project, of this project, as well as the timing of the interchange there on 215, do you have a development schedule for your project, and does anybody have a hint as to when the county might finish the Ann Road interchange there?
We would like to start the project as soon as possible. Once we obtain the lease from BLM, that will give us the go-ahead to move forward. We're hoping to obtain that in December of this year. As far as the interchange,
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
The interchange, we feel that the school district will be in a lot earlier than the interchange. Right now, the interchange, we've been talking with the county, and we have a meeting set up in a couple days next week. They don't have a time frame for us right now. So our expectation is that they will be going in before the interchange.
Thank you.
The other comment that I simply need to say is that everyone is looking for ways to save money at the school district, and to say that we could save $3.3 million in transportation costs by the reduction of 2.4 million miles a year, and that impact on air quality in the valley is significant, plus the savings of almost another $1 million in labor costs, are issues that are simply not to be ignored. You know, so the other issues that were brought up that we haven't specifically responded to were guardrails on 215, 2 lanes on 215, and again the exchange, and those are beyond the control of the city as well as the school district. Those are Clark County issues, and they're very significant issues. Believe me, I understand. We've all lived with the development of 215 in phases, and now it appears to be the northwest corner of the valley's turn to deal with that situation.
I'd like to, I'm sensitive to the neighbors. There's no question that that area east of the 215 is probably one of the islands of rural development, and it's been here, and people have grown to it, love to live there, expect their rural lifestyle. And if this was anywhere else but this site, I'd probably be screaming as much as anybody about what this would do to their neighborhood. But if anybody who's lived here any length of time and has had a chance to see the old bus facility that was behind the Orleans, the one that's developed at the south end of the strip at Lake Mead by Southern Highlands, and there's one more that comes to mind on the east side of town. These facilities are chain linked. They're bright. They were built with how they were built in the day that they were built. When this project came before us, and when I looked at this, and the questions I had for staff and the school district on this is, how are you going to develop this property where it isn't a visual impact on the neighbors other than as positively as you can make it? They came in with one of the most highly landscaped public facilities in the valley, with terracing walls, down lighting, to make this not the glare of a yellow moon out there off the tops of the buses, but as Commissioner Coyne said, we need to do what we can to help our educational system in this valley, and saving $3.5 million, saving the time, adding less bus hours on the road is a huge opportunity. And I'm going to support this item on behalf of this area out here, the civic nature of the zoning that's there. This is going to be an island. It's not what everybody wants, but it's not the items that everybody doesn't want out there. And those aren't before us. So I think the applicant has gone and well over addressing the concerns, as one of the speakers mentioned, a contract or representations to the community, and we've held them to bringing in better solutions, and we'll stick with that if this is approved. So those commitments are there, and like I say, I think this is an improvement for the school district, and hopefully we can focus on the other things in the school district and make it better. I appreciate everybody that came out here and took the time here tonight. Commissioner Ellsworth.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion. I move for approval of item number 31, VAR 38553, subject to the recommendations of staff.
Okay, if there are no other comments, there's a motion for approval. And that is approved. And item 32?
Yes, and likewise make a motion for approval of item number 32, SDR 38557, as recommended.
Okay. And I think Director has one question to add, or one statement to add with regards to the...
If I may, delete condition number 11 and add a new condition that any changes based upon right-of-way, traffic, or drainage studies or street improvements or public utilities, required by the city or public utilities, shall not reduce the perimeter landscaping width of buffer, height of wall, or plant material from that presented on the submitted landscape plan, date stamped July 9th, 2010. Any changes based upon subsequently submitted studies must be accommodated elsewhere on site.
I'll accept that amendment.
And the applicant's in agreement with that condition?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Just one, I apologize, just one clarification. I had mentioned before the building may be 200 feet. It's upward between 400 and 500 feet wide.
Thank you. So there is a motion with the amended conditions. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved. Both these items are final action unless appealed to the City Council within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank everybody for coming here this evening. Item 33, VAR 38560, applicant owner Denise Richardson to allow a proposed 1,400 square foot, 18-foot tall accessory structure, Class 2, where 796 square feet is the maximum area allowed, and 12 foot is the maximum height allowed, and which is not aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed structure is a prefabricated metal building with a restroom, but no kitchen. It would be used as a garage. The applicant has provided no evidence of a unique or circumstances pursuant to 1918.070 that would substantiate the request for a variance. Staff recommends denial. Staff cannot support this variance request since the hardship is purely self-imposed by the design of the accessory structure. The application is denied. The accessory structure would not be permitted. Please note we have received additional protests and letters of support after publication.
Good evening.
Good evening. Lizelle Prater, Prater Consulting, 1012 Silver Retreat Court in Henderson, on behalf of the applicant. This area was developed many years ago, and much like the area behind the Valley Hospital, it was originally intended for horses. The applicant's property, being slightly over 1 acre, is average, maybe slightly larger than the rest of the area. As shown on what we have here, it is surrounded by other large lots, close to 1 acre, 2/3 of an acre, 3/4 of an acre. The only higher density is on the other side of Decatur and also on the other side of Rancho. What we're looking at is trying to satisfy the needs of the applicant. They bought this land. They wanted a small house as one person is already retired, the other is nearing retirement. They wanted a property that they could retire to, which being a small home, but also be able to indulge in their hobbies and be able to do that on their own property. So they did buy a large lot in anticipation of being able to build a structure. We understand that this structure is a little larger than is normal, but the house is small. The house is older. If you look at what has happened in the area over time, we have the applicant's property here. Most of the other properties in the neighborhood have structures that are in some cases larger than the home that they reside with. We understand that those structures have been there for a number of years, but it was in anticipation of doing this that they bought their property. All of the neighbors in the area, and it is in your package, they have stated that they are in support of this because most of them have a similar structure already on their property. The only person who has objected to this that we know of lives in these properties over here on the other side of Decatur and cannot even see our properties. As you can see by the aerial photographs, these are older homes. There are no curb and gutter in the area, and there was never intended. Our adjacent property has horses. They have a structure that is larger than their home to protect their horses. The applicant wants to do this correct. There is no notice of violation. They have come forward to try to do this in the proper manner. They have selected a prefabricated building for cost purposes in this down economy, but they do plan on pulling permits, going through all the proper steps. We have talked to the health district. They are okay with connection to the septic system. We've gotten some pre-approvals in that standpoint. We have also talked to Public Works about how to handle the drainage. Since there is no curb and gutter and there are no master facilities in the area. So what we're looking for is a building which they plan on painting the same color as their home. It will not be stucco, even though the home is stucco, because stucco and metal do not go together well. So those are the primary reasons that they're approaching this. Again, they are reaching retirement age and want to have a place to work on their retirement hobbies and still have a garage. And with that, we also have one other person, immediate neighbor, who has recently bought their home, which also has presented a letter in support.
Thank you.
With that, I'll take questions.
All righty. This was advertised a public hearing. Is there anybody here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Ellsworth.
The property. How big is this lot?
1.07 acres.
So it's just over a half acre.
No, a little over 1
I mean
acre.
a full acre, sorry.
Yes.
Just over a full acre.
Yes.
And then looking at the burden on any neighbor's property, is there any burden that's going to be placed on any of the neighbor's properties around?
No, the neighbor immediately to the north is slightly higher, and this is set back behind their home. So it actually will sit in this area here.
That neighbor to the north?
And they have put forth a letter of recommendation.
They support this?
Yes.
They're okay with it?
And this neighbor is fully screened. The neighbor to the south, of course, they're actually blocked by the home already. They would not be burdened by that at all.
And that neighbor to the south, have you gotten their approvals as well?
I believe so, yes.
Has there been a neighborhood meeting?
No, there has not been, although
I did see a whole bunch of letters.
Yes, he has
of
gone
support.
and talked to each one of the adjacent homeowners individually. I do not believe they've gotten together to discuss it, but each one has been talked to.
Well, unless there's any other comments by the commissioners, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Commissioner Trowbridge, I think, has a brief thing.
I just have one question, if you would, please. Is there any intent to use this facility for any commercial purposes at all?
No.
Thank you.
Again, the applicants are retired, and currently they have purchased over time a lot of toys that they want to just play with.
No is a correct
That's
answer.
it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellsworth.
I'm prepared a motion for approval of item number 33, VR 38560, as recommended by staff.
There's a motion for approval. If there are
No, wait a minute. Staff recommended denial with the conditions of staff.
Thank you. There's a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved, and that is final action unless appealed within 10 days.
Thank you.
Items 34 and 35, I'm going to abstain on, since one of the people who work with me is working with the applicant, and since I don't have to come back out here for a minute, items 36, 37, and 38, I'm going to abstain on as well, since I'm still doing things with the applicant. And then they'll take a short break after those two.
Okay, item number 34, VAR 38582, applicant owner Ann and Ned Bush to allow 2 accessory structures, private horse stable and hay barn for a total of 7,983 square feet, where 1,308 square feet is the maximum floor area allowed. And then companion item number 35, SUP for proposed horse corral or stable, private use.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the subject site covers 4 undeveloped parcels assembled at the end of a private cul-de-sac on 2.48 acres. Gross floor area of both proposed structures exceeds 50% of the proposed primary structure's footprint. The applicant is required to submit for a variance to allow a combined total of 7,983 square feet of accessory structure, where 1,308 square feet is the maximum floor area allowed for such structures. A special use permit is also required as the proposed stable and barn do not meet all of the conditional use regulations as listed in 19.04 for horse corral or stable private use. Staff finds the proposed accessory structures are in context, in use, and scope with the overall proposed single-family development and recommends approval. If both applications are denied, the applicant would need to resubmit plans showing accessory structures that are cumulative less or equal to 50% of the primary structure. Please note we have received additional protests and letters of support after publication.
Thank you. Applicant?
I'm Ann Bush.
Your address?
208 Campbell Drive.
Brian Barson, 9901 Covington Cross.
And you're all together?
Represent the applicants, yes.
Okay. Any comments?
We are just coming before you to ask for your approval.
Do you agree to all of the conditions?
Yes, we did.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ted Egerton, Loxo Engineering, 6345 South Jones Boulevard. One of the conditions that we were told by staff is, as you can see on the stables, let me put the actual engineering plans that we have out. We were told by staff for the actual barn itself is to construct commercial parking for a private accessory use for the barns itself. What we'd like to do, if upon approval, is to delete those parking spaces, those paid parking spaces, with the handicap stall, just because it is a private barn, private structure.
I'm sorry, we don't see those requirements.
We are told that in a staff meeting.
Actually, there are parking requirements for a private stable beyond that of the single-family home. But the standards for the parking spots are residential standards. The only requirement is if you have a driveway, you have to meet Public Works standard drawings. I don't think these would have to meet those requirements.
It's not commercial.
Yeah.
It's not commercial, so.
Pardon me?
It's not a commercial standard. It's parking like anyone would have at their home.
We can remove those parking stalls?
No. Well, you indicated you felt that it was of a standard for a commercial business.
Correct.
And that is not the case. They are parking. What is the total parking, Mr. Rankin?
One moment, I'm looking.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Vice Chair, that, or Mr. Rankin, there is no condition that the gentleman referred to?
With regard to commercial parking, correct.
Right.
Correct, yes. This is a private stable, so there's no requirement for commercial parking.
Our approval of this wouldn't have that requirement?
No, it would not.
Okay, thank you.
There are a few things that I would like to address, because I do have some neighbors here that have some concerns, and I really would like to.
Can you put your name and address on the record?
My name is Ann Bush, and my address is 208 Campbell Drive. I feel like prior to buying this property, we walked through the neighborhoods. We talked to all the neighbors that were adjacent to the property lot. We talked with an attorney to make sure that this was already zoned, that it was zoned for the number of horses that we wish to have here. We talked with Lois to make sure that it was okay with the community in general. If there was any support that she could give us or help us with, that we would appreciate that. So we basically tried to do our homework to make sure that we weren't buying into something that we couldn't achieve at some point. We have worked with neighbors. We have tried to lay this out in a manner that puts the stables as far away from all of the residential homes that we possibly can. I know that there are other horses in the neighborhood to a smaller extent, although the property sizes are also smaller in conjunction with that as well. I know that some of the concerns were fly management and manure control, which hopefully we have been able to accommodate all those things with all the neighbors that we wanted to, and to a level that they were okay with. One thing that was concerning is, can we have the manure? I don't know, because it's a private drive, and maybe it's something I need to take up with the trash collectors or whatever, that they could come back inside and pick up the dumpsters, as opposed to having to move the dumpsters out to the front. As you can tell, this property is actually set back off of the road. We have a private drive that leads it back off the road, so it's not something that really affects a whole lot of people, just the few people that are adjacent to us. And that was one request that they had. Was it possible for you guys, or for someone, to help us get that accommodated in some way?
Well, let's hear from the public, and then you can address any concerns that might be raised. Okay?
Okay.
All right, this is a public meeting. Anyone would like to speak on the matter, please come forward now.
Thank you. Dr. Arnold, I'm still trying to figure out where this is. Where is this from that Catholic school? Thank you very much.
Next.
Yeah, hi. Good evening. Mark Hawkins, 300 South 4th Street, 14th floor. I'm here on behalf of the commercial office center that's directly south of this property. As you can see, I think they took the drawing away, but the stable goes along that south line, property line. It's right next to, in fact, I've got a picture if you can zoom in.
He's bringing it back up for you.
Okay. Okay, so I think this is facing north.
Correct.
And our property line runs right along theirs. I've got maybe this will work. Here.
Perfect.
Yeah. The office complex is right next to the stable, the proposed stable, and it's 12 horses that they're trying to get in here. And our concern, as you can imagine, is for our tenants who conduct business through the day there, with the manure control, pests, and things like that are just going to be somewhat of a nuisance to our office complex. In addition, the variance that they're requesting is quite substantial. The overall square footage of their residence is 2,600 square feet. I think it was read into the record already. But the overall accessory structures equals about 8,100 square feet, which is about, and I think you're allowed half of the residence square footage, so 1,300 square feet, and that's the total of the barn currently. That doesn't include the stables. So there's about a 500, I'm not a mathematician, so I apologize, but it's about a 500% increase over what's allowed by code. So obviously we're going to request that you deny their application and their variance application for these reasons, and among others. I think they have done a great job at trying to talk to the neighbors, the residential neighbors, and in fact I think they have, what they submitted was some consents from their residential neighbors to the north, and they've got one just to the west of the property that have consented to it. The problem is, I don't know that they've ever approached us as a southern neighbor, the immediate neighbor, and I think the most impacted neighbor. since the stable would be right next to us. I think that's an issue. I think staff recommended that they conduct a neighborhood meeting, and they went against that and just submitted a couple approvals. They got 5, I understand, one that objected, and then us as well.
They actually have 17 in support
Okay.
and 1 in objection.
In addition to ours, or, because I saw that there was one that objected earlier.
In my backup notes, I just counted them. I saw 17 support, and I saw 1 not in favor, and had an address that's listed on Decatur Boulevard.
Did you get our objection then from the West Bay office complex? Okay, if you wouldn't mind. I know it's right there. Go ahead. Sorry,
Just
my time is
wrap it
short.
up, yep.
So if you're inclined to vote in favor of this, I would first ask that they hold a neighborhood meeting. I mean, to address some of our concerns. We have a large office complex there. There's multiple buildings. This picture just shows the top 2. As you go towards Charleston, there's 2 other buildings within this complex. And so I think the manure issue and the insect issue would be an issue for us.
Mr. Hawkins, let
Yes,
me
sir.
ask you, Hawkins, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, if I can, very briefly, Mr. Sheriff, through you. Have you talked to the applicant? Have you vocalized your concerns? Have you reached out to them, or have they talked to you at all?
I was just made aware of this yesterday, so that's the reason. I haven't yet had a chance to speak with them.
Thank you.
So anyway, we request a denial, and then if not that, at least allow us to sit down and talk with them through a neighborhood meeting and maybe talk about some of the concerns, because I think they're planning on having small arenas back here. They've got a clubhouse planned for the stable, along with a round pen that they called it, to, no doubt, I guess she's a barrel racer, but she would use quite a bit of time, or the space to run her horses and things like that. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on this matter?
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on just a minute. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Just to follow up on your
Yeah.
question, I did not. The only objection I saw in here was from Mr. Clyde Taylor, 3318 North Decatur Boulevard.
I'm told my client sent one in, so I'll double check with that, but I think we did.
Okay.
Go ahead, please. Name and address.
My name's Bob Berkey, 801 Campbell, the property adjacent to the west. Can I move this over? You've got me listed as a...
You can stand in the middle, because those are mics right in front of you.
I'm sorry, I'm
There you
new
go.
at this. I guess you've got me listed as in support, and that's somewhat true, but really not true. I did write a letter to Councilwoman Tarkanian and mention that I would not oppose it because I am aware of the zoning. However, I should bring up that when we bought our property there, we went in with our eyes open. We were aware of the zoning. However, this is originally platted as 4 residential lots of about a half an acre. When you consider the required 100-foot front setback, it made horses, or the conditional use of that property, very unlikely. So things change. I understand that, and once again, I'm not opposing this, but I do have an awful lot of, or I have some concerns. One of which is the same as what you just heard. The employees and the workers of that commercial property take their breaks and their lunch out there in that park area, and I really think that's going to definitely put the clamps on their lunch break. But I am really opposed to the scale of the operation. I really don't think that 12 horses is correct, being next to the medical and commercial and the school and the residential. And I am indeed I'm the one that has a lot of concern with the manure dumpster being pushed up our communal drive. The Bush's drive and my drive is the same. And I really don't want to see that dumpster sitting there waiting for Republic to come pick it up. And I was hoping to make that some kind of a condition of the deal. Hopefully Lois Tarkanian forwarded my letter and you're aware of it, but I won't take your time by reading it.
Thank you. Thank you for your
I'm not
comments.
opposing it, but I'm concerned of the size.
Anyone else wish to speak on the matter?
Yes, Juanita Clark with Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. We apologize for not getting something in writing earlier, but we are for this. We like the idea of a mixed use in a neighborhood, and due to the zoning, but this is a general comment for yes, for such a use in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. One more.
Kyle Carter, 6911 Unicorn Street. I'm in favor of this, being a owner of a piece of property that has 12 head of horses on it, 2.5 acres. My concern is your zoning. I know that a lot of this was put into place for situations like the variance that was ahead of this one, for the metal buildings and the height and things of that nature. This building and most horse barns are no higher than 12 to 13 feet and are low profile. The other concern I have, you take a family of 4 in a 2,800, 3,000 square foot home, and you can only have half of that for horses. Can you imagine, this is zoned for 15 horses. Can you imagine having 15 horses in your 2,500 square foot house? That doesn't make sense. The numbers don't equal. And if you want to give ample housing for horses that are amply, the zoning's there. For 15 head of horses, she's only asking for 12. And that's one of my concerns, just in preservation of rural properties with horses.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak on the matter? No, sorry, we can't have double duty, otherwise we'll be here all night long. Thank you. Anyone else?
While she's coming up, I just want to get for the record, the maximum horses on site that it's allowed by code is 12.
And if there's anyone speaking, please come forward. Now we want to keep this moving along. So come get in line or get to the next mic, and then we'll go move quickly, please. Go ahead. State your name for the record, please.
My name's Vivian Gomez, and I reside at 813 Campbell Drive. I do have a visual of where my home is, and I'd like to show that to you.
Put it right on top of that. It's got to be in that white square there.
Right here?
Right. Push it up a little more.
Okay.
Perfect. You can point to it.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know this is where I live. Okay. I do have concerns about this variance, and these are my concerns. Obviously, it's been stated before about the smell of the horses and the manure. I'm just concerned that if pesticides are going to be used, will it be environmentally safe? And how often will it be used on the property? And will other farm animals be used on the property other than horses? I'm just thinking, if there are pigs or chickens or ducks, anything other than that, will it be on the property? And you did state that there's going to be up to 12 horses on the property. My other concern is this going to be a place to board other horses other than the homeowners' horses? And will they be charging rent or any fees? Okay. And, I want to be a good neighbor. That's the reason why I'm here. And I would like for you to incorporate language into the variance that would address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David Vaughn. I live at 814 Kenny Way, which is approximately 1 block west of this. I kind of serve as a neighborhood liaison with Lois Tarkanian's office. I just wanted to let you guys know I sent out an email to our homeowners on Kenny Way. We have a pretty decent list of homeowners. I received nothing back in terms of emails, in terms of support or objections. Personally, I'm okay with this. I think it's something that property has been vacant for ever. So let's get something done with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This public hearing is now closed. Oh, Commissioner Evans, Jim?
No, I'm just going to make a comment.
The public hearing's closed. Let's turn over to the commissioners now.
Yes,
Commissioner
thank you.
Evans?
I just want to make a couple of observations and see what my fellow commissioners have to say. Originally, if I'm not mistaken, all of this area was basically horse property. It was small little ranches, and much like parts of the area that was once behind UMC that one of the people referred to, and even the Scotch 80s, they were zoned for horses. It's still zoned for horses, and the zoning will allow up to X amount, 12, correct? And what we're looking at, I think, is the size of the structures to house those. Some of these folks have made some legitimate, I think, concerns, and my thought is that you may not be all that far off. I know you got letters of support, but I'm curious about whether or not additional conversations with your neighbors would yield, a sense of, kumbaya amongst everyone.
Oh, sure.
But I do want to say that the gentleman, and I do appreciate, his concerns about the office building that faces this. And once again, you and he not having talked, you may come to some resolution.
Sure.
But it does strike me as a little bit, rubs me a little bit the wrong way, that we allowed professional to basically be spot zoned into an area that was zoned for horses. And then, of course, years later, the professional zoning people come in and say, the horses are a nuisance. And quite frankly, this area of the community I always have really liked because of its kind of wild nature. And if you drive through your neighborhood, you will still see some road runners. You see a great deal of wildlife. There's a tremendous tree canopy in through there. And it has a great rural feel in the heart of a city. And, absent barns and the horses and all that, I would hate to see this just be a bunch of McMansions, in there, and the character of the neighborhood, which includes the equestrian element, be long forgotten. So those are just my thoughts, but I really do believe that you're probably closer to finding some resolution with your neighbors than not. And I'm wondering how you can affect that kind of conversation and get to that place where maybe you can all come to some agreement. But I love the rural nature of it, and I think that's one of the greatest areas of the city. And if I'm not mistaken, that's where the water tables were really high, and they had all the artesian wells until the 50s.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Commissioner Quinn?
Yes. I'd like to first disclose that many, many years ago I went to school with Mrs. Bush's sister-in-law, Laura Bush, who was a very dear friend of mine, and I think this commission should also know that the Bushes are the brother-in-law to Michael Buckley. So in full disclosure, I feel very fair in speaking with you and voting with, how I feel about it. We met today, and thank you for coming by my house because I didn't have a car. Mr. Goins was present, you were present, and your representative was present. And I always thought when I came on the Planning Commission that we would be faced with an office building back there. And I always thought one day we're going to be hit with this office building that's going to be right next door to that school and right behind Vivian's house and right over there. And then when I drove over there to look at it with an associate of mine, I was so shocked to see what a perfect placement it would be for a family that loves horses. And I kind of got a little choked up because we always boarded our horses and drove to Timbuktu, and I never thought I'd see the day that you'd be in front of me, us wanting to build not only a horse barn, not only a round pen, not only a corral, but a first-class operation. I was taken back by what you're building. I was shocked at the amount of money you're putting in this property, and I was really excited, and I'm still excited. I have ran into many neighbors in the last couple months in different areas of San Diego, and I've mentioned this property to a few of them, and none of them have seemed to complain. They're excited. I talked to a colleague of mine, and she said, make sure they don't build the wall down. I want the children at Wasden to see the horses. So when Mr. Evans speaks about how excited it is to have this back, I hope more people come back. I can have 2 horses on my property at Rancho. Where the houses have been torn down in Campbell and Alta, I hope they build a house that has a corral in the back with 2 horses, like we were promised when they ripped everything down from Campbell halfway down the street. So I personally, unless if the chairman sees fit to call a neighborhood meeting, my vote will be for approval on all of it. I wanted to ask you one question that I forgot today, and it's an important question for your neighbors. Your lighting on your arena at night. Will you have the, because I know when we used to ride, I want to make sure they're not like flying into your especially this nice man that lives right 801 Campbell that's right there, Mr. Herkey. I want to make sure that there's no lights in his yard. And I want to make sure that your lighting is down lighting and it's not going to affect any of those neighbors, because we talked about a lot of things today, but that's something I forgot.
In response to that, actually, I had no intentions of putting any lighting up. We don't ride.
So you're not riding at night?
We don't ride at night. You know, it's just.
Okay.
So Commissioner Quinn, was that a motion on your part?
Yeah, and I want to say one more thing about Mrs. Bush before I could even ask her about the dust. She's got the thing that blows the water out of the back, and I think that if she sits down with Mr. Herkey and talks about how that manure is getting rolled, Herkey, down, I think they can come to a great common ground. And so it's with that, I'm going to make a motion for approval on both items, and I'm happy to.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's do one at a time. Oh, Commissioner Goins?
I just had a comment. I know, again, through full disclosure, we did meet today. Just a couple of not housekeeping, just a couple of concerns of mine that we talked about with Ms. Bush. Do you want to address the wall back there?
I would like, there's a couple things that I would like to address, and maybe this is something that would also be something that would help the commercial side as well. I apologize that I didn't speak with them before. It's a whole string of them. I really didn't know who to talk to be honest.
Well, in today's stressful world that we live in, I would hope
it's hard to lay people down. Really quickly, though, the woman that asked about the pesticides, they are all, there's a system that goes up in the barn. It sprays off every hour. The flies are really only in the summer months. There's a couple months in the summer where the flies get to be a little bit. We will be feeding a feed through, which shouldn't affect anyone. The horse eats it. If the horse can eat it and they don't die, then probably no one else will be affected by that. As far as the pesticide that comes in, it's a mister system that goes off every hour or so, and it mists, and it helps keep the any flies that aren't. It's an all natural organic, system. It's not like a DDT or some crazy, something like that. It's not like that at all.
Crop duster plane.
No, it's not. There's nothing that goes on like that. If you do that,
it's not Green Acres either, is it? Thank you.
It's not. I know that there are a lot of horse owners out there that flies and smells are really a problem, and I wish I could address those people, because they make me as angry as they make people that are concerned for us coming in. And to be honest, if I was not a horse person myself and knew what I was capable of, I would probably have my concerns too, because I have seen some things that are out there that are awful. They're just awful. But we do intend to have a cleaning. We've done it I've had these horses for years. My whole family's involved. That's why I like to get it into this neighborhood. My husband was born and raised. He's lived in that neighborhood his entire life. We have no intentions of moving anytime soon. His family is there. They're involved in helping us upkeep and maintain and take care of the horses and everything. So it is a big family product.
Mr. Bush, I'm wondering if you might be willing to stay and meet with your neighbors.
I would love to. I would love to do that afterwards. And the other thing that I would like to clarify is on that back wall by where the commercial section is and alongside of the school. We went in when we first bought this property, and there was a bunch of graffiti from the taggers and stuff that's gone up and sprayed all along the back walls and stuff. That's, I guess, because the property nobody lives there and it's been vacant, that they have some issues with people coming over the walls. And we went through, we sprayed down the entire walls. There's a very low spot on the wall right here at the end, right where the commercial building reaches the end, and then around where the school is at. And that wall the wall along the school line is only 6 feet. I would love to leave that lower so that kids could see, but I also want to be protected from these kids that are climbing the wall from the commercial side. So maybe between us and the commercial side, we could agree to raise this wall. That would protect them a little bit more from what we have going on.
Well,
And
you
maybe
work
that
that
would
out. That's
protect-
really not before us at this point in time,
Okay.
but I think there is a motion pending. Commissioner Quinn, do you want to make that motion a little clearer for us?
There was a couple of more questions that neighbor had. Are you going to have any other animals on there?
Oh, no, no,
Okay.
God, no. I don't have a dog. I have a couple dogs.
Are you going to be
so-
boarding anybody else's
No,
horses on there?
These are all my own horses.
Are you going to be charging any fees or any
No.
rent?
No, these are all my own personal horses. I competitively run. I have horses for every.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to make a motion for approval of variance 38582 following all of staff's recommendations. And following that motion will be SUP.
Hold on just a minute.
I'm sorry.
All right, that motion passes. Go ahead.
I'm excited.
Commissioner. Go ahead.
Following that is SUP 38573 with a motion for approval, and we welcome you to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, since you represent the commercial building and the taggers are coming through that commercial building over to her property, please meet with her and see what you can help her out with.
And that passes as well.
With the chairman abstaining. And both matters will go forward to the city council on September 1st.
All right, let's move on to our next items, number 36, and companion items number 37 and 38. Number 36, VAR 38586, applicant McDonald's USA LLC, owner of Franchise Realty Interstate Corporation, to allow 40 parking spaces where 52 spaces are required for a proposed 5,153 square foot restaurant at 2513 East Owens Avenue. Item number 37, VAR 38587, to allow an 8-foot tall menu board where 7 feet is the maximum height allowed. 2 12-foot tall incidental signs, clearance arms, where 7 feet is the maximum height allowed, and external illumination of one of the incidental signs, the clearance arms, where internal illumination only is allowed. And then item number 38, SDR 38585, for a proposed 5,153 square foot restaurant with drive-through with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer, with requirements to allow buffers of 1 foot along the south perimeter, 3 feet along the west perimeter, and 2 feet along the north perimeter, where 8 feet in width is required for all interior perimeter buffer areas. Staff?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the applicant proposes to demolish the existing 4,530 square foot restaurant and replace it with a 5,153 square foot restaurant with a reduction in required landscaping. The applicant also has requested a variance for parking and height and illumination standards for on-site signage. Staff recommends denial since the applicant has presented a plan that is not to Title 19 minimum standards. The variance requests are self-imposed. The site is overbuilt and underparked. The applications are denied. The existing restaurant would remain. Alternatively, the applicant could redesign the site to meet Title 19 requirements. Staff would like to confirm that there are no advertising signs placed on the drive-through incidental sign. We only have 2 elevations of that, and we want to confirm that there's no other signage on that pole, that it's a 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, and not a 1 by 3 by 1.
No, and we did, and I have some photographs of an existing one to show you.
One other note, the notice that went out did correctly identify the address, did correctly identify the parcel by the map. However, the parcel number had an error on it, and should the last 3 numbers should read 004 and not 005. Please note we have received additional protests and letter of support since publication.
Thank you. Applicant?
Chris Winter with Spectrum, representing the applicant, 8905 West Post Road, Suite 100, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89135. McDonald's is proposing to, this is on the southeast corner of Pecos and Eastern. It's been there for over 30 years. It was originally approved in 1978. McDonald's is proposing to demo the entire building and replace it with a new McDonald's, which is has a bigger surface area, but overall is less square footage. It's going to be a dramatic improvement over the existing site. What we have before you, there's 2 variances and then a site development review. Because of the small size of the parcel and the exceptional narrowness of the west portion of the parcel, it's physically not possible to meet all the Title 19 requirements for the landscaping buffers and for the setbacks. Based off of keeping minimum drive aisle widths and parking widths. What I'd like to do with your permission is address some of the issues from the SDR and then go back and touch on the variances, because it'll help explain the variances by looking at the overall site plan. Is that all right? And as I said, it's going to be a dramatic improvement over the existing facility. If we could go to the overhead, please. This is an existing 7-Eleven. The property is basically surrounded by parking lot. As you can see, there's very little existing landscaping, and I have more up-close photos of it. Right now, to the south, there is no landscape buffer. On this portion between the 7-Eleven, there is no landscape buffer. On this west portion of the line, there is no landscape buffer. There is no landscaping on the east side. So what we propose is going to improve this dramatically. Not only is the store going to be nicer and newer, more efficient, we're providing a huge amount of landscaping.
Maybe I don't want to interrupt your presentation,
yeah,
but that's really my big issue with this, is I'm not seeing any trees or sufficient landscaping, and you keep showing that you have an abundance of landscaping. Am I missing something here?
That's what I'll... 2 seconds. Existing map, this is what it is existing. If you see the green highlighted areas, that's where the landscaping is now. There's a palm tree there, 2 small palms there, 2 small palms there, bushes, shrubbery. And this is what it's going to be, which is the site plan you were looking at. This entire area, which is currently drive-through, is all going to be landscaping with trees. We meet the requirement for the trees on the north side of the property. Again, because of the exceptional shape of the parcel, this piece on the south is only 61.5 feet wide. If you take 18 feet for the parking here on the north, 24 feet for the minimum fire access, and 18 feet for the parking on the south, there's no other room to do anything. We can have basically 2.5 feet, which will landscape, and we can put bushes in and other landscaping, but it's physically not big enough to accommodate trees. And then same thing on the south side of the property here, where there is nothing now. We will landscape it as best as humanly possible.
Are you increasing the footprint from the existing building?
The top portion of the building, yes. The overall square footage, and what we didn't address with staff in the pre-application meeting, is there's an existing basement to that building that's 1,400 square feet when this was built in.
But the footprint itself, are you making
Yes.
the McDonald's bigger or smaller or
Bigger.
the same?
Bigger.
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 Okay. Is that one of the reasons why the staff is saying that you've got some landscape deficiencies?
Well, as it sits right, as it sits right now, it doesn't meet any requirement for anything because it was when it was designed. By increasing the footprint, we're not increasing the amount of seating on the inside. Basically, the additional surface footprint is by getting rid of the basement, which is now storage use. They're adding additional storage and making the kitchen bigger, so the kitchen's more efficient. It was built in '78, so it's not a very efficient
I get you. What I'm concerned about is we don't make the same mistake that was made in the 70s.
Right.
What you're doing is knocking down the old McDonald's and putting up a new McDonald's that's going to be a lot better.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that the better isn't the mistake that was made in the 70s, and that the better includes some sufficient landscaping and trees. That's all.
And I'd like to show you a couple photos of the existing. McDonald's takes great care of their facilities, and they're going back and refurbishing all of these old ones. They're cleaning them up, tearing them down, demoing. And as it sits right now, that's the nicest thing in the area, that McDonald's. They keep their landscaping up. It's grown, mature landscaping, and they'll do a great job maintaining it. They're a very good corporate neighbor with regard. And it attracts people. They want to keep it clean because people then like to go to McDonald's and hang out. Looking at and I'll try and be brief because there's a lot of issues. These are some existing photos. This is on the west side of the road looking straight east. This is the south end of the McDonald's. This is the one existing tree. You can see in the shopping center behind it, that's a grocery store. There's hardly any landscaping on the back. There's no landscaping around the 7-Eleven. This is the south property line. That wall is the property line. So it goes wall, parking, drive aisle parking. There's no physical space for landscaping. The way we have proposed it, there will be basically a 1-foot buffer where we can put some rocks in. On the north portion, it's 2.5 feet where we can put in some bushes and some shrubbery, but it's not big enough for trees. This is the south portion of it, just approaching the drive-through, and you can see McDonald's has done a great job keeping it up. It's clean. They take the litter. They put landscaping in wherever it's possible. This is the existing from the south side looking north at the McDonald's. Again, there's physically nothing there right now. This is looking back toward the west, and that's the existing landscaping, the tree, which is nice. They keep it up. This is next to the drive aisle. This entire area, which is asphalt right now, is all going to be landscaping with trees in there. There's 11 trees on the west side of the property. So that we actually exceed the requirement. I mean, on the east side, we
Do
exceed
you
the
have
requirement.
elevations or
Yes.
other than the green shading that shows your landscape?
We don't have, on this plan that's here, which is also in your packet, it calls out the number of trees and
Right, and what I'm trying to do is get a visualization. All I've got is a color code. That's
Right.
what I'm looking for.
We don't have elevations with the trees on them. I have elevations of the building if you'd like to see those.
I don't care about the building. You're
Okay.
making a new building, the old building is old, you're building a new building. I like that. I'm just trying to make sure that the landscaping is good, and perhaps you can get to the part about the reader boards being too big or small or whatever the issue is.
Okay.
Okay?
To finish on the landscaping, we meet the requirement on the north, exceed it on the east. It's not because of the size of the lot, it's physically not possible to meet the requirement on this portion and that portion. And we'll agree to put in, the amount of total trees between it is 33, and we'll agree to put in 33 trees. They just can't physically go where Title 19 requires. There's just no physical space for them. So we'll put in as many trees as staff wants to see. They just can't wrap around the perimeter. There's no physical space. McDonald's wants as many trees as possible in there. They want to meet the requirement. And then regarding the parking, I'll address, this is the first variance. This is item number 36. The square footage, the existing building is at 4,530 square feet, and there's a 1,400 square foot basement in there. So the total usable square footage of that store is 5,930 square feet. The total square footage of the new store is 5,153. So the total square footage of the store is dropping by 800 feet. A bunch of that is the basement going away, so that the portion above grade will be bigger, but it's not significantly bigger. When we had our meeting with staff, our pre-application meeting, they said we didn't necessarily need to count the square footage of the play area because those aren't drivers taking up 800 square feet of play area. The toy itself, the climbing structure within the play area, takes up 40% of the space. So that's not diners in there. A bunch of the additional space in the additional square footage, it's not for dining, it's for a bigger kitchen and for more storage. So they can meet the new McDonald's standards, so it's a more efficient store. With that being said, if you subtract out the 850 square feet for the play area, which in the pre-application meeting, staff said you don't need to count that. If you subtract that out, it leaves you with 4,300 square feet, which, based off of Title 19 standards, require 43 spots. And we're providing 40 spots. So it'd be a 3-spot deficiency, which is 7%, which falls within that 10% tolerance. So from a parking perspective, it really complies with the intent of what Title 19 is trying to do. And again, it's the exceptional shape of the lot that limits it. With regard to the signboard, which is the second variance, the way the write-up was put together, it's a little, I guess we didn't do a very good job explaining the situation in the pre-application meeting. The existing menu board that's out there is 9 feet tall. What we're proposing, what they're calling the two portions of the second variance, the first item, it's an 8-foot tall menu board when 7 feet is allowed. The existing menu board out there is 9 feet. The menu board we're putting in, the board itself is not 8 feet, it's not even 6 feet, but it sits on a post, which is 2.5 feet above grade. So the overall height is above 7 feet. It's not quite 8 feet, but the signboard itself is smaller than that. And I have pictures of an existing one. The second and third items on the variance on this first item, it's what they call 12-foot incidental signs, which are the clearance arms. They're not signs. This is an existing, recently constructed McDonald's in Clark County on Rainbow Badura. It's not open to the public yet, but they're just finishing up construction. This is what the clearance arm is, and the purpose of that is a vehicle that's over 9 feet so it doesn't tear off the awning above where you get your food. The second one is a shade structure, and this is about 11.5 feet in height. There's no other advertising on the sign, which staff was concerned about. It basically just specifies what the clearance is. The second, what they call the sign structure, it's basically a shade structure where you order. There's no advertising on it. It just says order here. This is the signboard, the menu board itself behind. Again, this one's not in service yet. The overall height of that is a little bit above 7 feet.
Is that a McDonald's tree there?
What's this? Oh, God. It's not done yet. This one's still under construction. It's not open yet. There's no outside advertising. The third item on the variance is in the sign, they only want internal lighting. They don't want lighting projected out. This isn't really a sign, and the light is up here in the canopy in the shade structure. So although it does provide light externally, it's not projecting out anywhere. It shines right down to this area. Everything surrounding it to the south and to the east is parking lot, so it's not going to affect anybody with regard to the exterior lighting, interior lighting requirement.
Okay. Thank you. Anything more you have?
There's a couple of real specific. Ideally, we'd request approval the way it's submitted, and then condition number 18 in the Public Works recommendations. It stipulates that we have to comply with all the current driveway requirements. Again, on that west side, because it's so narrow, it's not possible. We would like the condition changed so it matches condition number 21, which just says coordinate with the traffic engineer. And we've already talked to them, and they basically agreed that the layout we have put together will end up working with them. But
that was on.
That's the site development review, the public.
18. Okay.
Yeah. Item 18 on the site, or condition 18 on the site development review, just so it says coordinate with the traffic engineer instead. I'd be happy to
Are you
answer
agreeable to
questions.
all the other conditions?
Yes.
This is a public hearing. If you would like to speak to the matter, please come forward at this time.
Would you leave that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. My comment is this. This 7-Eleven right over here, that looks like it's landscape deficient too. But they have a shared area right there. If they have 2.5 feet here, and if 7-Eleven has 2.5 feet, that's 5 feet, and that's what they need to put a tree in. So I would ask the applicant, to go back and talk with 7-Eleven and see if they could come up with something like that. Second thing, I'll tell the applicant, if you've got a basement, and basements are rare in here, you tear that basement out and you'll rue the day that you did that.
Thank you. Anyone else? The public hearing is now closed, and I'll turn it over to the commissioners for discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for your presentation. I just have to go with the simple stuff. You're taking an existing, aging McDonald's, you're tearing it down, and you're building a brand new one.
Correct.
And you're eliminating the basement, and the actual footprint is somewhat changed. The square footage is not necessarily greater, but the footprint perhaps is. You have some challenges along the one side to put in the sufficient amount of landscaping, but you've agreed, and perhaps we can craft, if this sees approval, some language. You've agreed to put in the overall amount of trees and landscaping on the whole site, not just on the specific portion where you're challenged because of the design. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes. If I may?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. The condition that staff would recommend is that the required 33 24-inch box trees shall be located within the project perimeter. Species and location are subject to approval of the Planning and Development Department.
Is that acceptable to you?
We'd agree to that condition.
Okay. And with regard to the signage and all that, I think you make a compelling argument. When I first heard that you needed larger signs than what is there, which is not the case, I guess, my first thought was, well, maybe you can make the lettering bigger, or you need to make the lettering bigger, because I'm not saying I go to McDonald's, but if I did, and I went through the drive-through, I can never see the menu. I have to look at the pretty pictures. And the real thing that you guys do is you make the value menu really itty-bitty, teeny-weeny, where you can't see what it is. Anything
Not that he's
under
ever
a
been
buck
there.
isn't
Not that
on
he's
there.
ever been there.
But regardless, I think the design looks good. I don't see any major issues, and I would defer to Public Works on condition number 18 on the site development review for clarification. But as long as, in my mind, and I'll see what my fellow commissioners have to say, but as long as you commit to putting a sufficient amount of trees and landscaping in there that would normally be required, even though it may not be on the specific area of the site, it'll see my support. And pleased that you're going in there. And I would also wish you'd stay open for breakfast a little longer than 10:30.
And please don't rearrange those numbers on the items, because he'll be confused.
Yeah. All right, so I'm ready for a motion if there's no other discussion on agenda item number, I believe it's 36. Is that correct?
Yes.
On agenda item number 36, which is the variance 38586, my motion would be for approval with all conditions, if there are any. Okay, motion for approval.
And that motion has carried.
And on agenda item number 37, the variance, the related variance for the height of the menu board, et cetera, I think you've made a compelling argument. It makes perfect sense to me. And my motion also would be for approval.
The motion's been made. Please cast your vote. And that motion is also carried.
And finally, on agenda item number 38, the site development review, and I'll defer to Public Works for clarification on the condition, please.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the condition was written mainly to cover any broken sidewalk and unused driveway cuts. So in lieu of just deleting the condition, I'd recommend modifying it to read as follows. Remove all substandard sidewalk improvements and unused driveway cuts adjacent to this site and replace with new sidewalk improvements meeting current city standards concurrent with development of this site, which this will cover. All we're talking about is making sure the sidewalk meets current standards. Not that the driveways will be, like he said, will be covered with condition 21.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, we agreed to that. I just, if, on that north portion of it, we can't meet the radius because it's too narrow. So the way it says it, the way it reads is it needs to comply with Title 19, but it's not possible. But with regard to the putting in the, removing the existing and replacing it all, that's part of the project.
Okay, I think we got an agreement there. So my motion would be to, for approval of the site development review with the amended language as read into the works by, read into the record by Public Works and agreed to by the applicant.
And if I may, we need to delete number 6 and add the condition that I read with regard to the perimeter trees.
Yes, sir.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Motion's been made. Cast your vote. And that motion is also carried.
And all 3 matters are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you. We're now going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you very much for your time.
We're going to go ahead and start in a minute.
Used to 214.
Okay. We're going to, I believe the applicant's here on item 30, so we're going to go back and pull that item up that we trailed. So I'll go ahead. VAR 328, applicant owner, Kahava and Azrakam Cohen, to allow a 4-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing enclosed attached carport at 4818 Lorna Place.
My name is...
One second. We'll let him go first. Staff.
Mr. Chairman, this request is the result of the enclosure of an existing carport which extends into the required side yard setback area without the required building permits. Staff recommends denial as the applicant has presented no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance pursuant to Title 1918-070 that would substantiate the request. If denied, the applicant would be required to return the carport to its originally permitted condition. Please note that additional letters of support were received for this item after publication.
Good evening.
My name is Azrikam Cohen, and I live in 4780 Lorna Place. I'm living in this house with my sister. She was the one who bought the house, and my brother. We are neighbor to a restaurant, which is 10 yards from my wall. They picking garbage there at 12 o'clock at night and 6 o'clock in the morning. And they have a refrigerator box which is high 8 feet, so the wall doesn't cover the motor that it has on top that goes at night on and off. We try to get some kind of solution, so we use the existing condition and we put up the wall with soundboard and concrete in order to block some of the noise. We be able to cut about 80% of the noise this way. And there's restaurant also, there's a people, it's open day and night, and there's a people there always making noise at night. By the time we finish to put the soundboard and the plywood and the cement on the wall, it seems like it was like cutting 3 inches more from the distance. So we ask to approve it, so it will help us to get a better night's sleep. Unfortunately, we just bought the house a year ago. We fixed, we paint whatever we can. We didn't know about this kind of problem we're going to reach when we're going to move in. And this was like, in the beginning, it was like a nightmare, all this noise. But this wall helped us to reduce the amount of the noise.
And the additional square footage didn't hurt either, right?
Well, it was half. We turned this into garage. Half of it was like a storage area.
Mm-hmm.
So we just we turned this garage this storage, and we covered the wall from outside. We extend half of it half of the wall was done. We have to rip it and redo it in order to put the soundboard and all this protection. And we create also the look of the house from outside is look much nicer, and we try to make it as a decent look house from outside.
Okay. This was advertised as a public hearing. Is anybody here who wishes to speak on this item?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I'd be interested to see what the neighbors on the East Side have to say about this. But to extend that farther, it seems to me, could we bring the picture of the house up again? Like that, and there's another picture of the entire lot. It would seem to me that the city could make some allowances if the applicant would landscape the yard and kind of blend the house into, so it doesn't look chopped up. But right now, if I was driving by it and I looked at it and the house, one part's painted, another part isn't, the yard is absolutely bare. The other thing, if you want to block off sound, I found the best way is to grow some grapevines because they come up, they thick, and good luck.
Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
It's basically what we did is when we find out this noise, we decide it's before we're going to harass the neighbor about this noise is first of all we have to try to do our own whatever we can in order to reduce it and live with it because they are there before us. So that basically, but since we had inspector over there and they saw this wall, he stopped us from doing anything there. We just give us a stop, so we didn't do nothing until we clear this. If we clear this, then we can finish it and make it nice look the house outside and finish the front.
And you do realize the conditions do require you to get a building permit and properly permit the work?
Yes, we know that.
And I would suspect any condition we put on there is going to have to at least be comfortable that you're going to landscape this property properly and maintain it. Commissioner Quinn?
I just want to ask Mr. Cohen a couple questions. I got a letter just today, and so I drove by your property about large vans, 3, were parked on the sidewalk in front of your house all day, and also that you have about 7 vehicles on and off on the side that you're working on. And I kind of tend to not believe things till I see it for myself, so I drove by it. And then when I look at the staff report, which I have to believe because it's their job, on January the 10th, they went out there and there was all inoperable vehicles on the front yard along with a lot of trash and debris. So here's how this works, Mr. Cohen. If I'm here, I would hate to say to you, tear down this, thing you built, but tear down the wall, but when you're keeping a property up like this, that's in my ward, I'm kind of ashamed to side with you because not only does the staff say you've got cars all over the place that you're working on, I got a letter that says it, and I went and saw it for myself. So what's really going on at your house over there? Tell the truth.
Okay. I have a business here of air duct cleaning.
Of what? Air duct cleaning?
Air duct cleaning, yes. And this is the van. We have one van, which is part you see is the pictures on the driveway.
Today I saw 4.
And one on the side. Oh, you saw maybe the green one?
They were not on they were on the sidewalk, kind of like on the sidewalk, and the next house next door, I felt sorry for them having to look at this.
Well, we have across the street also, it is a doctor office. So
yeah, and I've heard during the weekends you're using his parking lot. Is that true? Tell the truth.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
During the weekends you're using that parking lot as well. So you're running a business.
His parking lot? No.
No,
I don't use this parking lot.
You don't use the Payne Center's parking lot.
But what happened is that create like a lot of cars in the area because of these doctors. So the best thing is to do is visit in the weekend when this office is closed. Then you see the street is empty.
I don't believe a doctor's patient would be parking on your sidewalk, sir.
No, on the sidewalk, I don't know. Maybe it's accidentally was. I know somebody was parking there once. He got a ticket for it.
So are you running your business? Is your business license out of your house?
No, but the work that I do is outside.
Okay,
it's
where's your business location?
Business location is 1003 Salem Drive.
100 what?
3 Salem Drive. This was I had the license for City of Las Vegas. I got a license there.
Director Wheeler, if you could help me word this, I don't want to make him tear it down, but I don't want to let him keep it up either. So I want him to have about like 6 months to clean up the area and to come back, because it's a mess. And then maybe with some nice landscaping and getting the cars over to 100 Salem Drive versus in his front yard, then maybe I'll consider it. But I can't consider it at this time. So, would you tell me
Chairman, if I may, what we have here is existing non-permitted construction. So, really, the issue of the code enforcement issues are separate from the issue. He has an existing non-permitted construction, and he has applied to then allow him to move forward to legalize that. And the other matters of the landscaping and the vehicles are simply another matter that we can certainly pursue, but I believe, and I'll look to the city attorney, but I would assume he would say that, there's a question as to whether or not there's a nexus between the
And you're right.
vans and the carport.
And you're right, we do have code enforcement for that purpose, so we'll have to, if that's occurring on this property, Commissioner, we'll have to send out code enforcement for that purpose.
Okay. Then my motion will be to follow staff's recommendation for denial of variance 38328 at this time.
Any comments or questions?
Can I?
One second. I understand your concerns, and I understand staff's concerns. This is probably one of the most miserable pieces of property, with Pops next door, backing up to Alta, and the street. Now, Mr. Cohen, I think you've done yourself a disservice by not bringing us something that at least shows your intent to clean the place up. But I personally think that the 1 foot variance is probably not the most critical thing here. I think our issues are more code enforcement. And unfortunately, this isn't a special use permit, this is a variance, which we can't condition and put, 6-month reviews on. So I just...
Okay, then I'll withdraw my denial, and I'll let you say it the right way, because I agree with you. 1 foot isn't the issue. The issue is what you said. But I just don't want him to feel like he's walking away free and clear with this, because this is really upsetting to my neighborhood. We have one on Campbell that won't stop.
Well, and it's upsetting in as much as this is an area that we're constantly looking at to make it a walkable community, and some of the other...
Yeah, who wants to walk
the
by
very,
house? You can't go on the
very
sidewalk.
essence of what we want to do, and this is 180 degrees from that. But I think it's very difficult to, without being able to condition the variance. I think if we could just put this at the top of code enforcement's list, and then...
And we can do that, and if he's operating this out of this location, his business and his business license is supposed to be somewhere else, we can also deal with business licensing on maybe revoking that, if in fact he's using it inappropriately.
I mean, this is an appropriate business location. It's not an appropriate lot for business vehicles. It's, as a residence, you need to spend a big amount of effort to make this work for this neighborhood if this is approved. So I have my concerns, but I think the fact that you built it without a permit or did the work without a permit is wrong at every level. But on the 1 foot against that wall, against Pop's Restaurant, I can't tell you we should not try to deal with this, because I think the roof line matches, you put the garage door on there. Although you've done everything wrong, it could be better than what was there. So, let's see what if somebody make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I know he mentioned, he said his license was out of 1003 Salem Drive, but I took a quick, boy, technology is lovely nowadays, but I took a quick shot of that, and 1003 Salem Drive is a smaller house than the one that you're at, so.
This is what I have the license, so it's been approved there.
It's a home occupation permit?
Home occupation, right. Because we don't accept people in
Gotcha.
yeah.
Thank you.
We're serving people outside. I want to mention something, is like everything she said about the law enforcement, we follow everything they told us. They complained there was dirt, there was a dirty there. We cleaned the whole yard in the front and the back, and I still going with them. They asked me to take
Sir,
permit.
I have to stop you because we are only looking at what's in front of us, I've learned. And what's in front of us is that you built this without a permit. You're 1 foot too close to the wall. And I'm going to make the motion for approval with staff's recommendations, and I'm going to make sure that Neighborhood Services code enforcement visits you regularly, because that's the bottom line.
Okay.
There is a motion for approval subject to staff's approved conditions. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved, and this will go on to City Council on September 1st. And I would suspect that you do a lot of work on cleaning that place up before now on September 1.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go to item 39, SUP 38501, applicant Groundhog One LLC, owner Charleston Associates LLC, for a proposed 3,314 square foot supper club at 740 South Rampart, Suite 7.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is located within an existing 641,664 square foot shopping center site. The shopping center is capable of accommodating a variety of uses, and the addition of a supper club within the center is compatible with existing land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Please note that additional letters of support were received for this item after publication.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Neil Tomlinson, 3883 Howard Hughes Parkway, Suite 1100. With me is Ted Momola, who's a representative from the applicant, Groundhog One LLC. This is a pretty straightforward supper club SUP application within Boca Park. We're in agreement with all of staff's conditions, and we ask for your approval.
Thank you. This was advertised a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Juanita Clark, Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, yes.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, close public hearing. Tell us a little bit about the restaurant.
Upscale, casual.
Your name and...
Ted Mamola, 7690 Blue Whirlpool, Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Upscale, casual, steaks, barbecue ribs, seafood, appetizers, full menu.
And you have existing restaurants?
Pardon me?
You have an existing restaurant currently? Or
No, I don't.
Okay.
Got any collard greens?
We'll see if we can get some special for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Yes, and when do you plan on being open?
I'm hoping that it's before February 11th.
Very good. If there's no further questions, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Regards to item number 39, special use permit 38501, make a recommendation for approval subject to all staff conditions.
There's a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions. No comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved, and that is final action in the absence of an appeal.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 42, SUP 38531, applicant LoanX owner Becker Investments Company Limited Partnership for a proposed auto title loan use within an existing 1,040 square foot non-conforming financial institution specified, with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from another financial institution specified, and from a residential use where 1,000 feet and 200 feet are respectively are required, and to allow 1,040 square feet of floor area where 1,500 feet is required.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed use cannot be conducted in a manner that is compatible and harmonious with the existing and surrounding land uses, as evidenced by the requested waivers of distance separation and minimum floor area requirements. If the request is denied, the auto title loan cannot be permitted at this site. Please note we have received an additional protest since publication.
Mr. Chairman, before you start, I'm going to have to abstain on this matter. I was involved in extensive litigation against one of the principals of Becker Investment Company Limited Partnership, Ernest Becker, Jr. So with that, out of an abundance of caution, I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Cronauer. We haven't seen you in, forever.
I come around every so often. I'm in other jurisdictions too, So, good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter. As staff has mentioned, this is an existing payday loan business that is located off the corner of Smoke Ranch and Jones. As a matter of fact, about 4 years ago, there was an extra payday loans operation just to the north of Smoke Ranch, which was our client, and our client closed that payday loan shop down and moved into this location that was existing. This location has been existing since 1996-97. It has been doing business for auto title loans and for check cashing, also payday loans in this area. So with respect to the amount of waivers that we're asking for, the reason why we're asking for those is, as you may or may not be familiar, that state law has recently changed, which it now requires, or actually which it now separates the business licenses into two different categories, one for payday loans and the other one for auto title loans. So although that we have been doing business here since 1996-97, that's about 12, 13 years, for those two types of uses, because state law has changed. When our client went in to renew his business license indicated a change in law. It had come through the entitlement process. That's the reason why we're here. So this is not a brand new application where we're trying to come into the neighborhood. As a matter of fact, these uses have been here for the last, as I said, dozen to 13 years in this area. So with that being said, we would ask that you would approve the application subject to staff's conditions, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. This was an advertised public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing no, come forward.
Yes, this is hard to do. Juanita with Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, but even though it was existing, I guess that's the way things change. That's how things change for me anyway. And so our neighborhood group would advise for a no. It's already non-conforming with the law change, and as things change, we need to change, I think. And the separation from another financial institution, of course, that's just inclusive with what the applicant just stated there, or the spokesperson for the applicant. But the residential is just something that we absolutely are adamantly against. The zero residential. And so we ask that there be a no on that.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners? Mr. Goins?
Mr. Gronauer, you say we're not adding anything new, any product lines. This business has been in existence for 12 or 13 years. The applicant goes in to get his business license paid up, and he's told state law says now you have to split things out.
Absolutely correct. As a matter of fact, as I stated in my presentation, he actually closed down one of the payday loans just to the north on Smoke Ranch to move into this existing site, and he purchased this business about I think it was in 2007, although the business has been running dual, as I said, the auto title loans along with payday loans since 96, 97. And then one other thing is the other payday loans that you can see on the overhead, at least on my overhead here, just to the north of us is an existing Western Union in the 7-Eleven, and actually we believe that came after our business was in existence, and there's nothing that we could find as far as a use permit that was approved for a financial institution there. But the fact of the matter is that's the reason why we're at 0 feet also from another financial institution.
Thank you. Ready for a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval of item 42 SUP 38531, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
There is a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved with Commissioner Flangus abstaining, and that is final action in the absence of an appeal.
Thank you.
Item 43, applicant owner Stephen and Janice Mehta for a proposed 1,171 square foot accessory structure, Class 1 with kitchen at 4112 Birchmont Street.
Mr. Chairman, the lot consists of an existing 3,498 square foot primary dwelling unit with a 4,908 square foot rear yard area. The use complies with Title 19 requirements for an accessory structure Class 1 with kitchen, can be conducted in a way that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval. If the special use permit request is denied, the proposed accessory structure will not be prevented on this site. Please note we have received additional protests and letters of support after publication.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
I need to make a quick comment here. Having spoke with the city attorney, it appears as though I need to abstain on this matter for various reasons, one of which is that I am partners with a neighbor that lives very close by. So with that said, I will abstain.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Steve Mehta, and I live at 4112 Birchmont Street. I'm the applicant for the special use permit for the accessory structure, Class 1. And I agree, I read the staff report, and I agree with the findings, the staff's report, and agree with all the conditions they set forth in there. As my justification letter said, and I think you have it in your packet, okay, it indicates the structure will be used for my immediate family. And I just want to let you know what my immediate family is so there's no misinterpretation of it. It's for my aging in-laws, okay? And I have no intentions of using this for another residence or for a rental. The cost of putting a structure like this in your residence, I can go out and buy a rental unit, 2-year rental units somewhere else, okay? I did try to cite it in the location that would be the least offensive to my adjacent neighbors, okay? If you notice, the structure is located directly behind the house, okay? Not off to either one of the sides where you have your passageways to the front. But, of course, I did try that. It worked for most of the neighbors except for the neighbors in the back. Okay, the neighbors in the back have some, I'm going to say, legitimate concerns. Okay, 3 of them were focused on the windows and doors at that time on the rear side. The other one was the roof, the basically height of the roof, and they see the roof. Their view will be where the casita is, would be looking at the slope of the roof. Their lots are about, I don't know exactly, if they're lower than ours, okay, because we're in 2 different subdivisions. And the other thing was the fact of property values. And I don't know how to address that. Okay, but I'm willing to remove all the windows, and there's only 2 of them in there now. little thin ones up high. There was a door in there which was for an access to the water heater for the facility, but, I'll remove all of that with no problem. And as far as view of the roof, there's only two things that I could potentially do to mitigate it a little bit, and that, to me, that's changed the slope on the roof to a 412 pitch versus a 512 pitch, and remove the sill down to 9 feet versus 10 feet. Okay. When I talked to them, there was another consideration, or there's another thing that we talked about, the possibility of doing it as an extension to the house versus a separate facility. And we tried, me and my wife sat down and tried to see how we would attach it and make the egress into this other facility, okay, architecturally sound from a standpoint of the flow of the house and so forth, okay? And we found we couldn't do that, okay, without having to do major redesign of our existing house in any of the areas that we attempted to do that. Those are the issues, and those are the ways I can hopefully mitigate some of them, and I'm willing to do them. The concern about potential loss of value, potential buyers not wanting to buy a house that has that, is looking at that roof. And I look at the roof too, because I don't look at my roof, I look at their roofs. Because like I said, my house, the lot is a little bit higher, and when I look straight, the only thing I see is roofs and air conditioners. But I like my neighbors, don't get me wrong, and I want, and they're going to be my neighbors forever as long as we're there, and I want to be, do as much as I can. I did have some questions from the Homeowners Association in my development, and I think I've resolved them. I think I have all of them here. Okay. But I also would like to put another condition in here, if you decide to approve this, okay, that would state that the structure will not be used as another residence or rental property. I think that's very important to my homeowners association. It's also important to me. It was never meant to be that, so I wanted to make it clear and see if I can get it on the record. And I think I've spent enough time.
Real quick question.
Yes, sir.
How big is the lot that you have?
3.1 acre. 0.3 acre.
0.31 acre.
3.3 acre.
And
I think it's about 1,000.
At 3.1, we probably didn't have a battle here.
Excuse me. It's 100. It's 100 across, and I'd have to dig out the drawings.
13,504 square.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't answer that.
No, that's fine. So, with your existing structure and this, I mean, you significantly cover that parcel.
That's right, well, yes, but it meets all the codes.
All right. This was advertised a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I got to say, I just love this idea of the casitas or casadas. I don't know how you pronounce it, but I've seen them, and they're absolutely ideal for the elderly relatives living close to the family. Super. I would like to see some elevations if he had it on the house, and I'm really guessing that the neighbors that are really concerned are that they think that this is going to morph into some sort of a rental property. But the gentleman stated right before here that it wasn't to be so. So I'd take him at his word.
Herb Craig. I live at 4108 Villa Flora and the other half of this subdivision. My concern is more with what the staff came up with, and that if it's owner occupied and the other one is certainly authorized to be rented. I checked with Sam, who used to be on this board, who is also one of our neighbors, and he says there's not anything we can do about it. It's a federal law. So I'm concerned about buying into a neighborhood that was single family, and now we're introducing, certainly not with these people because they're not going to rent it, but they're not going to be there forever ever either. So if there's something that you could put in to, I guess, go head to head with the federal law. The other question is, these are zoned for 2 units per acre, or 2, that's what your
The existing
code is.
zoning is planned development, 2 units per acre.
2 units per acre, and so now we're going to have 3 units per acre. He has to take a lot on one side or the other. So, again, you need to either redefine your definitions or something. I like the way he's done the house, and I like where it's put because I'm not going to see it. But, you know, it opens the door that maybe me or somebody else could come back in and say, well, I want to put on a couple apartments in my backyard. And it's already established that we can put a full resident in the backyard with kitchen, bathrooms, etc. Are we setting a precedence that we can't deal with later? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Good evening.
My name is Dee Moody. I live at 4113 Tyler William Lane, which is directly behind Mr. Mehta. I made some copies. Do you guys want? I have a copy of the letter that we sent him back in February, as well as 2 pictures that kind of show the property. Would you guys like to see that? Or
If you can give them to the clerk.
Thank you. And then here is, all right, that is a picture looking out my back door directly at Mr. Mehta's house. I also have here signatures from about 20 of my neighbors that are on my street who oppose the request. I also have a letter from NARA stating that they also oppose the request. Back in February, Mr. Mehta came to our home, and I agree. I am all for being neighborly, and I understand his plight of wanting his in-laws to live with him. And so I'm not here as an angry neighbor by any means. I would really like to come to some sort of agreement here. But because we are the neighbors that would definitely be the most adversely affected by this request and by this home that he wants to build, I just have a list of some of the reasons that we oppose. He is requesting to build an almost 1,200 square foot house between my home and his home. His plans are not compatible or in harmony with our neighborhood. We have large open property and generous space between our homes. There is a premium for that openness and distance between structures, and that incentive is lost if we ever want to sell our home. The proposed house would decrease the enjoyment of our property and would negatively impact the value of our property. It's also interesting to me, and this is the one thing we talked to him about, is that he chose to push this new house 14 feet from his back door, pushing it right as far as he can up against my back wall. Because his development is raised, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with Willowdale, but when it was built, it was raised 5 feet. And because of that, his guest house will be much higher than my home. His plans call for 2 small windows, and I know that he's willing to take those out, but like the gentleman before me said, I mean, he might not be there forever, and so the next person who could possibly buy the home, who's to say what type of windows or doors or whatever he could possibly install. He could also potentially, I know that he is, and I really do believe that he doesn't intend to use this for rental, but I've seen situations where, they're not there forever. He could get a job, move, whatever, and then that property could be rented. If that happens, then my home is definitely impacted greatly. My home has been there for almost 20 years, and, we tried to come up with some type of compromise way back in February, but I just want you guys to understand that his request is not in harmony with our neighborhood, and so I'm asking that you please oppose his request. I have a couple other pictures.
Right, and you said you had a petition there?
Well, it is. You know what? It's signatures from about 20 of our neighbors that are on my street.
Okay, if you provide that to the clerk, for the record.
And the letter from NARA is also in there.
Okay.
Okay, so this is, right here, this shows my backyard. That is directly looking out my back window, or my back door.
These are the ones in here.
Yes, so do you not want me, John, I need to show these? Is it okay?
No,
if
go
I
ahead,
show?
go ahead.
Okay, all right. This is an aerial view, and I'll show you right here. This is, I'm going to point to it, this is my property line right here. This is his property, so this is his home right here. And so his home that he's proposing to build would be right here, almost covering the entire length of my backyard. And then I just have one more picture of my backyard, but you guys have that. Thank you very much for your time.
My name's Gail Carmona, and my address is 4109 Tyler William Lane. I am the neighbor who is immediately to the south of Mrs. Moody and who is to the east of Mr. Mehta. So I have the property line that is this little corner of the remaining portion of Mr. Mehta's lot. I'm also here to say I oppose the request, although I absolutely appreciate the fact that Mr. Mehta was so forthright in coming to us as he was requesting to make this building. My concern is not as much about his desire to build the structure as it is about the placement of the structure, and as was discussed, the potential encroachment on our privacy because of the fact that the property line is so much taller than our property, and the opportunity that it creates to look into our backyards, which both do have the pools provided behind them. The other concern that I have is it just also creates a precedent around housing density. Again, these houses were zoned for two properties for each, 2 properties per acre, and that will change that mix, and that's something that I'm concerned about for anybody else in that neighborhood who may choose to then also do that. As I think about a casita, I think about it as a place that you kind of use as a party place with your family and periodically go to. Clearly what he's describing is, having in-laws live there for an extended period of time, and he's putting a kitchen in there, which then almost makes it a multi-family dwelling as opposed to a single-family residence. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Wade Wiest. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. I've just gotten on the board with Willowdale Park. I've been active in NARA before. Some of you probably recognize me and remember me from some other past dealings. I would, what I can see here, I think the two parties should go back and re-review. I don't look for a resolve. I don't see what you could approve or disapprove at this time and really make a resolve for either party. Both have good. Steve's intent is good. They have viable complaints about what's coming up, and I think they should maybe go back and relook at it. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Christine Meekum, 4104 Nancy Marguerite Lane. I am also opposed for the same reasons that Mrs. Carmona and Mrs. Moody cited. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing, I'll give the applicant a moment to respond to any questions. If not, we'll discuss it and see what we can do.
I don't think I can respond to anything except, again, for the siding. If I put it behind the Moody's house, and it does impact them the most. I don't deny that at all. But if I spread it out or I move it on the other side, it's going to impact the other house. Okay, so darned if I do and darned if I don't.
Thank you.
So, sorry.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Evans.
I was handed a couple of emails, one from Kay Coddington at 4125 Flora Street, and they asked that this be added to the record. I believe this one is in support, and they specify why. Madam Clerk, for the record. And the other one is from Lamar Brayley and Briley with NARA, the NARA president. Says NARA is in support of the neighbors opposing the SUP, and it also indicates the request is also in violation of the homeowner association. And since I have the mic, I just had a couple of observations. I'm perplexed that there was no neighborhood meeting. It looks like the applicant did reach out to some of the neighbors, but by my count, there are, I think, 5 immediately affected properties. And I'm assuming that some of the people that spoke live in those 5 parcels. So I think that's always somewhat telling. But it appears that even though we don't get to look at the other aspects of this, there was some indication that the homeowners association is now in support of this, but I had thought that there was a cease and desist and that it was in violation of the CC&Rs and the homeowners association. So perhaps someone could clarify that as well. But regardless of the entitlement, the fact is it's still a special use permit, and I'm always reluctant to exercise my judgment when it affects people who have properties where they live, where they've invested and made their homes. So it's a shame that there can't be a greater degree of harmony here, but I'd like to hear from the rest of my commissioners. But one, at the very minimum, I think there needs to be a neighborhood meeting, but I also believe unless some minds can be changed, that the people who live adjacent, across the street, next door, on both sides and behind, really need to be, in agreement with this. Otherwise, it will not see my support.
Let me address the ones adjacent and across the street. That was a requirement of my homeowners association before I can do anything to get them, okay? And I did that and gave it to them, and they all signed off that they were approving it, okay? And in reference to that cease and desist letter, I believe we clarified that. That was with respect to, the only thing I went through was architectural, help me out guys, architectural approval, but there was no request to indicate what I was going to use it for, and then when we talked it over and what I was going to use it for, that didn't become an issue. And again, you heard the story of my two neighbors in the back. So.
And go ahead,
Mr. Chairman. I was just going to ask Director Wheeler. This is a casita which is permitted, correct?
With the SUP, yes, sir.
With the SUP. So is there anything you can attach to that says it can't be rented at a future time, or any condition like that could be put on this?
Because it is an SUP, and in other cases, the condition that it not be rented has been imposed, and then those conditions are filed with the county and run with the property.
So even if he leaves and sells the property, that'll stay with that SUP that went with that casita?
Yes, sir.
Next question is, I think Ms. Moody gave a picture here. To me, this picture, when I look at this picture, it looks like his house is right up on your back wall, but that's not the case, is it? Because to me, it looks like is it 5 feet away now?
Oh, no, my house isn't, but the structure that I want to build is...
The way I'm looking at it, because when I look at this aerial photo, it looks like there's a lot of backyard in his yard, but from the photo I'm looking at, Ms. Moody, it looks like his house is already right there.
Well,
and he's going to build that casita on the other side?
It will be built on the other side. The problem is because it's
Ms.
raised...
Moody, Ms. Moody, we're only going to let the applicant talk now.
Oh,
I appreciate it. No,
I'm sorry.
I appreciate you putting the picture up there. We'll zoom in on it, but...
I thought he was addressing me. Sorry.
Yeah, and then you had a lot of what-ifs, like after it's built, if it's sold, somebody could come back and make the windows bigger, and, that's a lot of what-ifs. We don't know. But there was some issue of, I think, the height on this. Is there any... I guess, is it Public Works? Is there any grading that he can do on that property to get that structure down so it's not looking into the backyards of people?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I really don't think so. They'd have to bring it down. They wouldn't be able to drain to the street. So
gotcha.
The highest point has to be in the back of the yard.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I just want to address one thing about selling the house. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to address that, and I know it has nothing to do with it. It's more personal than anything else, okay? And we can do this off the books if we can, but that's okay. But I lived in Vegas since 1982 to 2002, went overseas for 6 years, and then came back, okay? Me and my wife came back because we have 9 grandkids, 2 kids here, okay? And in our stage of our life, it was time to be closer to them than far away, okay? And the same thing with her family. And our retirement is to stay in that house until we go, okay? And one of us in the future may be living in or sleeping in that casita also, okay? Depending upon where it goes. But no intentions of, again, renting. If I have to put a brass plate on the door or somewhere there so it doesn't deteriorate, I will put that there. But I definitely just want to get it documented that there's no intention of another residence or being a rental property.
And if, quite candidly, if this was 2 parcels that were level in elevation, this probably wouldn't be the impact that it has come to be. The fact, if I look at that picture that Ms. Moody provided, your roof line comes down, and based on the slope of where that picture was taken and the fence line, it looks like your roof line is just above the fence, but that's looking up. When you build if you build a structure is close to the back fence and put it up, that is going to be the most imposing type of structure on them. I appreciate what you're proposing, and I know that you want to be a good neighbor. I think all the neighbors are getting along pretty good, considering it's a concern for everyone. But I guess my thoughts are is this might be one of those things with a little more thought with the neighbors and some reworking, you might come up with a solution that may make some sense or may not. But as it sits right now, I truly, personally believe that the visual impact, for you, it's you're looking window to window and out your back door, and it's a roof line, and that's what it is. For those 2 neighbors, they're going to be looking up at something it's probably about 16 feet high. It's going to extend well above that fence when you look at the picture, because they're looking up at it. The perspective is going to be.
Perspective is going to be there. You're right.
Yeah, and it's going to be incredibly imposing where it's located, and that's what creates a problem for me to support this. And we'll see what the other commissioners believe or think. So, Commissioner Trowbridge.
Well, I'll give you my thoughts on the matter. When I run into situations like this, my heart goes out to you as someone that's trying to do the right thing for your family. You've made all the concessions in terms of using the same building materials, the roof lines, architectural style, to make it as consistent as humanly possible. But then when it really comes down to it, I say, well, would I want this structure looking down on my backyard? And the answer simply is no, I really wouldn't. And because it's a discretionary matter, I'm going to have to side with the people that are going to be negatively impacted. And I realize you're trying to do the right thing, but it just can't happen at this property with this size of a structure looking down on their backyard. It totally changes the ambiance in their backyard. You both got beautiful homes, and you're trying to improve yours, but would it come at the expense of theirs? And that just doesn't seem fair. So having said that, in regards to item number 43, special use permit 38-532, I'd make a recommendation for denial.
There is a motion for denial. Any other comments? Please cast your vote.
I know there's a motion on the floor, but I just wanted to question, is there any appetite to maybe try to hold this and let them hash it out at a neighborhood meeting and maybe try to come back?
My thought on that, I know there's a motion on the floor and it's a little inappropriate, but my thought would be that perhaps they could redo it, table it, come back another day. Obviously, no matter what happens with this, the fact is it's a structure that's going to look down upon the existing neighbors, and I don't know how you can get to a resolution with that. So if he wants to come back with another application and a different design, different placement, different elevation, I'd be happy to hear it if, the neighbors can come to an agreement. But I don't see an agreement at this juncture, so I'd support the motion for denial.
Okay. There's a motion. And that is denied with Commissioner Ellsworth abstaining. That is final action in the absence of appeal. We appreciate all your effort.
Within 10 days?
Within 10 days, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. We're item 44, SUP 38533, applicant Lomax owner, Decatur Oki Plaza Limited Partnership for a proposed auto title loan used within an existing 750 square foot non-conforming financial institution specified, and a waiver to allow 750 feet where floor area where 1,500 feet is required at 1620 South Decatur Boulevard. Companion item is, the companion item is SUP 38534 for a proposed secondhand dealer use jewelry within the existing 750 square foot financial institution specified.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds that the additional uses at this location will not negatively impact the surrounding area, can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner, including the waiver request for the size. If the request is denied, the auto title loan and secondhand dealer use cannot be permitted on the site. Please note we received additional protests after publication.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter. The story here is similar to a couple items ago, as I mentioned to you. Again, our client has been conducting the auto title loan business on the property along with the payday loans for a period of time. Because of the state law change, the city has required us to come in for entitlements for the auto title loan. Staff is recommending approval. This is an existing business. In addition, we do have a secondhand dealer's license also, which is item number 45. Staff is recommending approval for that also. So we'd ask you to follow their recommendations.
Thank you. This was advertised public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Juanita, Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. Again, we ask the vote on this be no.
Thank you. Anybody else would wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, close public hearing. Commissioner?
I'd like to follow staff's recommendation for approval of SUP 38533 with all staff's recommendations.
There is a motion for approval on item 42 or 44. Please cast your vote. And that is approved. And item 45?
Following, did you want to talk about that? Me?
I've already...
Same thing, right?
Same thing, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to follow staff's recommendations for approval of SUP 38534.
Okay, motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that is approved. Both these items will run to City Council on September 1st.
Thank you, and have a good night, and enjoy your weekend.
All right. Item 46, SUP 38536, applicant owner Wai Chung Jin, for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within an existing 1,996 square foot convenience store with a waiver to allow 313 feet distance separation from a child care facility where 400 feet is required at 1451 West Owens Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, the requested waiver of the required minimum distance separation is permissible as there is a 100-foot right-of-way, Owens Avenue, separating the uses. of the proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with surrounding uses, and staff is recommending approval. Please note that additional protests were received for this item after publication.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Vincent Jin. I represent my mother, who is the applicant. We concur with staff recommendation as that you approve the special use permit, and I'm here for any questions that any of the commissioners might have.
Okay. Thank you. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Go ahead and come up to the microphone and give us your name and your comments.
There's two microphones. You can use both.
And we'll give the applicant a moment after all those comments.
Good evening. My name is Bill Hyde. I'm the president of the Bonanza Village Homeowners Association, and we're against the applicant requesting a beer and wine cooler at this location. Zoning regulations are established to regulate the area within a certain zone. For the land to be used in an environment-friendly and safe way that's most productive for the community within that zone. Issuing a special use permit for this use is unwarranted and detrimental to the community. It is a tragedy within itself. It's not bad enough that the applicant has the audacity to request a waiver that circumvents the very essence of the zoning definition, which seems to be criminal within itself. Alcohol is known to incite irresponsible behavior in some people. For example, unusual criminal harm to children, because this is within which is less than the minimum requirement for the daycare facility. But also is unusual. It creates unusual harm by adults who have become intoxicated. Example, DUIs. Increases the traffic accidents in the area. Martin Luther King Boulevard and Owens Boulevard has been upgraded through the redevelopment, to the city's redevelopment program, and there's more traffic in the area now than there's ever been. It increases disregarding a litter in the area, and we're trying to upgrade that area. You know, as a result of the economic down curve, house properties are down, and now we want to try to bring those properties back up, and having such a facility is not going to enhance the increase in those property values. In addition to that, right, as people use those particular facilities for alcohol, we're going to have abusive language in the area, and we're going to have additional undesirable foot traffic in the area. The association, which is directly west of that facility, and the people inside our association are vehemently against a package store in that facility. You open up the door for a package store in that facility, there's a similar facility across the street from them. They also would be encouraged to put a package store in that facility. We have petitions from about 100. We have 160 homeowners in the Bonanza Village. We have petitions from about 40 or 50 of them that are against that establishment. I'd like to submit those petitions.
One question I'd like to clarify because of what you're presenting. They're not looking for a packaged liquor store here. This is a beer and wine sale on-site consumption with regards to a restaurant. Yeah, this isn't an off-site. This isn't a buy a bottle and take home.
We understand that, but what we're saying is it's similar to a packaged liquor store in as much as that when you have those small cans of beer, 40s, those large cans of beer, they put them in small packages. They're outside the facility.
They don't put them in packages. This has to be served within the building. This can't be served outside. It can't be take home. It can't be take out. This.
I believe you are mistaken. I believe it is a off-sale. It is off-sale.
It's our understanding that these packages can be purchased and taken out off the facility.
Can we clarify if this is a restaurant or a convenience store, please?
The request is for off-sale beer wine.
My mistake.
And Commissioner Evans, this is a convenience store with a used to be Pat's Chinese kitchen inside. So.
And like you said, there's a similar store across the street from it. And once you open the door, permit this type of establishment to exist, then there's no reason for it to just mushroom and multiply in the neighborhood. And we are vehemently opposed to this type of facility in our neighborhood for the following reasons. And like I said, the majority of our residents that are directly across the street, that's directly affected by this, is vehemently opposed to this type of facility. And additionally, I'd just like to mention the fact that in order for them to get this approval, right, you have to reduce the zoning code from approximately 400 feet distance away from a child facility to 300 feet away. And there's no reason to circumvent the zoning code just to enhance the person's profitability by extending a different product line in the store. And we don't see the purpose. It's not going to benefit the community. It's not going to do anything that's going to enhance the community. It's only going to be detrimental to our community, and we are opposed to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
My name is Helen Tolan. I live at 1134 Comstock Drive, just west of the proposed place. We are angry. We try to keep our community going better and making it better, and the last thing we want is another liquor outlet on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I believe that the applicant has a valid reason for selling the liquor here. If you go into some of these, I don't know if this is the real hot stuff or not, but usually when you go in there, you want some beer. Some of it's non-alcoholic, some of it is, but you want to buy it all at once. And I just think it goes together. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Swayzine Fields. I live at 1124 Comstock Drive. I'm also here to oppose this motion. While I do have to say that I respect the Gins. They've been working really hard in West Las Vegas on Martin Luther King before the development. And I do empathize, that they're looking for a way to, have a successful business. But unfortunately, in our community, we just don't need another outlet for liquor. And so, therefore, I just hope that they could find another way to make their business more successful on MLK, because we do want them to remain there, because they've worked really hard on that business. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify one thing, please? I keep hearing the off-sale for liquor, and the way I'm reading this application, it is a convenience store, but the sign says it's got a full kitchen. This is the old Pat's Chinese Kitchen that used to be in Commercial Center.
That is correct.
You're too young to be Pat. So.
No, I'm actually Vincent. My dad is Pat.
Okay.
Yes.
But the sign says full kitchen, so I'm assuming you're a combination convenience store, Chinese kitchen carry-out?
Carry-out.
Carry-out.
Yes.
And you propose to sell beer and wine?
Correct, Your Honor.
No hard liquor or anything of that nature?
No hard liquor.
Okay. That's all I want to know. I want to clarify that. Because with all due respect, it's sounding like it's a packaged liquor store where you drive up and get a pint, and it doesn't seem like that's the case.
No, definitely not. And if I may address Commissioner Goins, you did, if I may, when you had come and spoke with me in regards to that pool business, I just conferred with my mom, and the reason why I didn't know about it was because for the last 3 years I was a deputy city attorney, and I'm not allowed to have any dealings with any of my mom's business. But she just told me that the pool business was it was a proposed joint venture between the company and my mom, but it was dissolved. She totally forgot about it, and when I just asked her, she was like, "Ooh, I apologize." So,
well, I'm just.
So I just didn't want to misrepresent anything.
My backup says on March 31st of 2009, a business license for a pool cleaning service, MO109996, was issued for 1451 West Owens. The license expired and was reinstated on April 9th, 2010. Okay.
And I appreciate that. It's just
for a pool cleaning service.
Right. I had no knowledge of that until just now. I just left the city attorney's office probably, 2 months ago, so.
So is it active now as of April 9th?
She doesn't know, Your Honor, or
Mr. Commissioner. She's a property owner, and she doesn't know what license is pulled out of her location?
She doesn't, she has no idea of what.
Maybe
There's no-
someone could help me. What's the relationship to all of this? I don't
Yeah, how
understand.
does this affect the
Well, I'm just
kitchen
curious.
and the
See,
liquor
that-
sale?
All the business was, according to my mom, was that they were going to use the office for phone calls. There was not going to be any chemicals, anything stored there. It was just for phone calls only, to make appointments.
Is that permitted, Dr. Scott?
They could probably hang the business license at that location and probably accept phone calls, but they probably couldn't have any vehicles on site, nor could they dispatch people from that location.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yeah, Commissioner Ellison.
So I need some understanding here from staff. It says it's a convenience store. I've never viewed that building as a convenience store. Why do we call it a convenience store? I mean, well,
If I may, you can picture there are some convenience stores that do / gas stations, and they will have a grill, and that's part of another model is convenience stores / gas stations that will have a donut facility where they cook the donuts and sell those, and it's still a convenience store. It's not a restaurant. It's not fast food. The primary use is the convenience store.
So what is sold? Thank you, Director. What do you sell things besides the Chinese food and
Yes,
what else do you?
we sell soda pop. We sell
Chips,
like chips,
snacks?
Yeah, exactly. Normal convenience store items.
Okay.
Let me.
Okay. And didn't we have an application 2 months ago, 3 months ago, on the convenience store across the street asking for liquor use as well? The old Village Market.
I don't think, no. Through you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could, let me just give you a little history. You know, in the ward down in the area, there is a oversaturation of liquor. Every convenience store, every market, tavern, bar, in a 5-mile square radius in West Las Vegas right there has liquor. And so during the time when Councilman Weekly was the councilman of this councilman in this area, that was at the height of the what we call in our neighborhood, in other neighborhood, the crack epidemic. And I can remember Councilman Weekly focusing on a number of stores, and through Metro's observation, and all of this was public knowledge. It was in the paper of the number of stores that sold the little glass pipe with the flour in it, and the Brillo pad, and Metro went into these convenience stores, and every one of them, including this one, sold it. And so in addition, at that time, this store sold hard liquor in addition to the beer and the wine. And what that did was patrons would go in the store, make the purchase, and as far as they got before they consumed the product was in their car in the parking lot. And so on any given night, especially during the summer nights, Friday and Saturday night, this place looked like a club instead of a convenience store. And through Metro's efforts and the councilman's efforts at targeting that, a lot of this stuff was put to rest. And so when you look at it at face value, you don't see that now at your store. You've got a convenience store, patrons come in, they come out, and you don't see the hanging out in the parking lot and the loitering. And I think that's what this gentleman was mentioning from Rancho Circle, is that when you put the liquor in there, and although this says off sale, you got to buy it in the package, it's got to be a 6-pack or 12-pack, Once you get it out the door in the bag and they get to the car, that's when things go awry. And the six-pack is open, people are out sitting on the car. I've observed you guys having a mobile car wash guy there that has the big tank on the back of the truck. Also, it's been acknowledged that you guys are now parking on the adjacent R4 lot. And so when you put that alcohol element into it, that's what people are talking about, and there's enough there. I can point out the store directly north. If you go to Martin Luther King and Lake Mead, you got Mario's Market. If you go east from your store down to H and Owens, you've got the Bell Market, and you've got Thrower's Old Market that sits right there. All of those sell alcohol, and if you notice it on any given day, all of the patrons are out in the parking lot drinking the product. And that's what the problem is. Now, Councilman Barlow, through his efforts, is spending upwards of $60 million paving Martin Luther King, widening it, putting palm trees down, a complete makeover of the community. You've got a large Cox Communication that's sitting across the street, which you know, is enhancing the neighborhood. I don't think off-premise sale of beer and wine is proper at this time. I really don't. I understand that as a convenience store it sells it, but I think there's enough in your store now with the products, with the Chinese food. You got a pool cleaning service out of there. You're already overparked on an R4 zone. I don't even see a handicap parking space on your parking lot, and I know it's required. So at this particular time, I can't support the sale of beer and wine.
Was that a motion?
That's a motion. My motion would be at this point to deny the application for the sale of beer and wine.
May I address?
Talk with the chairman.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Very brief comment.
Yes. Well, Your Honor, or Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor.
I apologize. I'm a criminal attorney.
He's flattered.
I'm good either way.
Okay.
It's late.
We have been in that area since 1986. My father bought that location in 1986. It was the Pat spot back in the day. Right? We ran a successful business out of there. We also had the restaurant in the commercial center. We ran a successful business from there.
Mm-hmm.
My parents, as you can tell, like Commissioner Evans pointed out, I can't be Pat because I'm not. My parents are getting older, right? They tried to retire. We sold the restaurant. We leased out the store. That is what I'm pretty sure what you're referring to as far as what happened in the parking lot. And we are aware of that. That's why we got rid of that guy. My parents came back into the location in 2003. We've been there since then. We've never had any problems. All we're asking for is just to give us another chance. And coming from my perspective as, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I was a criminal prosecutor. I know what we need to do to make sure that doesn't happen again. And I've stressed it to my parents. We know what needs to happen as to make sure what happened when it was the day and night to never happen again.
And I appreciate your comments. There is a motion on the floor, and that motion is for denial. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote.
Motion is for denial. Yes is for denial.
And that is denied, and that is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to item 47, SUP 38607, applicant Shabbat of Southern Nevada, owner Chabad, California, for a thrift shop nonprofit at 6029 Charleston Boulevard.
The subject site consists of a two-story commercial building. The applicant proposes to occupy a portion of the building with a thrift store. Staff finds that the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the surrounding land uses and recommends approval. Please note we have received additional protests after publication.
Thank you. Is the applicant here on this item? Well, it is an SUP, and there are some questions with regards to some of the conditions on this. We're at the end of the meeting, so I'd entertain a motion to hold this item.
So moved, hold it for 30 days.
Is there any cost to the public for this? Clearly, they know that they're supposed to be here. So I just want to make sure that there's no re-noticing required, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So there is a motion to hold this item for 30 days.
So moved.
If there's no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is held till August 26th. Thank you. Now we go to Director's Business. First item is 48, TXT 38702, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, discussion of possible action to amend Title 19.16 and Title 19.18 to revise procedures for the expiration of a nonconforming use.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2007, there were some changes made to the nonconforming section of the code to allow for a greater period of time for a special use permit to be reintroduced to a facility where it was nonconforming. This was primarily the case where a use had been established prior to the requirement for SUP, and then it had been abandoned. Recent planning literature, based upon especially upon the economic situation that we have seen ongoing for some time, has indicated that the most serious difficulty existing in many codes is the continuation of the nonconforming use without an effective provision for its elimination. That is the case that we have here. The nonconforming use is allowed to continue forever. We do not make it go away, and yet when it is abandoned, we only allow the 2 years with no possibility of extension. This would allow for the potential for extension following a public hearing. This would give the opportunity for comment and provide a time frame. The applicant would be required to submit a letter of justification indicating why they are unable to bring that nonconforming use back into that unit. We had a case this evening where the car wash had gone out. They had attempted to re-tenant it. They were not able to do so. In that case, they could come back in for an SUP. In many of these cases, you cannot even apply. So what this text amendment would allow would be the 1 year to re-tenant the nonconforming use of a conforming building. It would allow the applicant to apply for an extension of time with a justification letter following a public hearing, so that if there were any concerns, the neighborhood would be able to be heard. Each extension of time would be limited for only 1 year, and the code would not limit their ability to reapply. Therefore, in the case of a nonconforming use in a conforming structure, once they would not be able to reoccupy it by virtue of market conditions beyond their control, they could file that application for the public hearing for an extension. So that is the proposal that's before the Commission this evening for your comment and recommendation.
And question for, is there also a provision in our code that a pathway to make these non-conforming uses comply? I mean, can you...
In most cases, if I may, that it's a situation where they can no longer apply for an SUP. They're in a location where they cannot do so.
Distance separation?
Something that has occurred, yes.
Okay.
And again, it's a conforming building. It is only the use that is not conforming any longer. And of course, the public hearing would allow for, if there are concerns of maintenance, if there's vandalism, if there's utilization that's inappropriate, all of that would of course be considered prior to the approval of any extension of time.
And if there's operational history of, we can address those as well?
Correct. And they would be able to show, we've been, if it was a foreclosure, if it was they're attempting to re-tenant, they have someone but they just can't get in right away, those factors would be able to be considered, whereas now they are not able to be considered.
Okay, thank you. This was advertised public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, close public hearing. Commissioners' comments? Commissioner...
I'll move for approval of item number 48, TXT 38702.
There's a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And that is approved, and that will go on to City Council in ordinance form. Item 49, DIR 37936, Director's Business Public Hearing, applicant owner City of Las Vegas. Update on long-range planning items.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, under the subject of long-range planning items, what I'd like to present to you this evening is the city's efforts relative to the Upper Las Vegas Wash Urban National Park. If I may have the first slide, please. There we go. As many of you are aware, the Upper Las Vegas Wash contains a wealth of paleontological fossils from the Pleistocene era, including mammoth, ground sloth, bison, and an ancient species of horse. Because of this wealth of fossil material in the Upper Las Vegas Wash, obviously it's very important to the city that we do protect this area. If I could move to the next slide, please. Also within the Upper Las Vegas Wash, we have a number of species that are also threatened or endangered, including the Las Vegas buckwheat, the bear poppy, the burrowing owl, and the desert tortoise. So there are other reasons, in addition to the wealth of fossils in the area, that we would want to protect this area. Moving to the next slide, please. The City of Las Vegas, in November of 2009 and then again in June of 2010, passed resolutions in support of the development of a national park within the Upper Las Vegas Wash area. This proposed national park would not only impact the City of Las Vegas, but also Clark County and the City of North Las Vegas as well, and would protect the upper reaches of the Las Vegas Wash. If I could have the next slide, please. As you may also be aware, the BLM has been doing an environmental impact statement on the Upper Las Vegas Wash relative to the disposal of public lands in that area. There was first the environmental impact statement in 2004 that recommended a conservation transfer area, and then it also required a supplemental environmental impact statement looking at what the boundaries of that conservation transfer area should be, and made recommendations, 6 recommendations, varying from 1,500 acres to over 13,000 acres. Next slide, please. This boundary that you see here from the BLM environmental impact study shows the no action alternative, or the most minimal amount of area preserved, and that is the area that's hatched with yellow. And as you can see, it doesn't adequately protect all of the areas of the wash. If I could have the next slide, please. One of the other alternatives, one in which the city was in favor of, does a greater job of protecting the Las Vegas Wash. There is still some contention relative to what the boundaries of the conservation transfer area should be. However, with the proposal to establish a national park in this area, that would help us to come to terms with the BLM in terms of what this conservation transfer area should be, and ultimately the protection of the resources that we have in the wash. Next slide, please. What we had presented with the resolution that was passed with City Council is to preserve the area shown hatched in green on the map in front of you. Also, as part of that proposal was a request to expand the disposal boundary, which is shown in the areas in yellow, and that would include areas on the west side of Pooley Road, and then also the area immediately north of the Paiute Reservation there. And then also as part of that, it would also propose to expand the Red Rock Conservation Area and add some land to that on the west side of town as well. And so there are some benefits to us, not only in the expansion of the Red Rock Conservation Area, protecting the wash, and also ultimately establishing a boundary to which the City of Las Vegas would expand. Moving on to the next slide, please. The concept of a national park helped us to satisfy some of the goals, policies, and objectives that were established as part of the Northwest Open Space Plan, which was adopted by the city in 2005, and spoke of the idea of having a cultural park or a cultural area that would encompass the upper Las Vegas Wash and protect the resources that we have there. Next slide, please. With the development or the proposal for a national park in this area, there are a number of issues as well as a number of benefits that come to the City of Las Vegas. Obviously, most important, first and foremost to us, is the preservation of resources, both historical and cultural there in the area. One of the issues that we have is ultimately determining what the boundaries of that national park should be. Obviously, there is a requirement for political support, not just here locally, but federally. And we have passed a number of resolutions in support of the national park. Another issue is that we have to deal with how the urban area interfaces with the proposed park. We have developed areas that will come up adjacent to that. And so one of the things that we'll have to study and one of the things that we'll have to look at is how do we allow development to come upon those boundaries. And then lastly, there are also corridors, utility corridors that are both proposed and existing that would cross the lands that we're proposing for the national park. And so we have to deal with those issues. Next slide, please. As I had mentioned, there are quite a few stakeholders who would be involved in the development of this national park. As I had mentioned, the City of Las Vegas has already passed 2 resolutions in support of the national park. Clark County and North Las Vegas have done so as well. Interestingly enough, Nellis Air Force Base is also a big supporter of the proposed national park as it helps to preserve their mission. Sierra Club, BLM, Center for Biological Diversity, and others are obviously also in support of the national park. Moving on to the next slide, please. As I mentioned before, one of the issues that we have is relative to how do we deal with the urban national park interface. There was a charrette that was held in December of 2007 where we looked at lands that were immediately north and east of the Paiute land that borders the Las Vegas Wash. And as part of that study, we looked at a number of proposals relative to how we might deal with the development along the boundary of the Wash. If I could move to the next slide. One of the ideas is to have a trail and roadway system with landscape buffers that would help protect the Las Vegas Formation and the Wash. And moving on to the next slide, another idea was to use a trail system, a variation on that, as a way to separate development from the national park, the proposed national park. Next slide, please. Again, we are still in the process of looking at all the ramifications of this proposed national park, and there are still some things that we do need to do. Going on to the next slide. We are in the process of trying to introduce legislation to create the park and have been working with Senator Reed's office to do that. And then if that legislation were to go through, obviously we would need a plan to fund and develop the park. So there's still quite a bit to do, but as this proposal may impact any future considerations of the Planning Commission, as you look at development that comes in the area, and then also as we look at perhaps developing guidelines along the park boundaries, it's important for you all to be informed of what the city is doing and what the actions might involve. And with that, I would take your questions if you have any.
Thank you. This was advertised for public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Could we go back one slide? On that, Vin, can you tell me where Corn Creek is on that? Does that border on the Corn Creek?
It's on the very north end of the map that you see there.
I think this is a beautiful idea. Absolutely beautiful. But one thing I'm just adamant about, there should be a trail that goes from one end to the other up into the Corn Creek, because once you get to Corn Creek, the trails go to Alamo and the other place too. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
This drawing that's on the screen now shows the green hatched area bordering right up to the county shooting park. Does any of this design encroach on the shooting park at all?
No, it does not. It protects the boundaries.
I think that some component of the presentation needs to get that on the record real quick up front to avoid some possible opposition that would be unwarranted.
Certainly.
Briefly, Flynn, I just want to say this is one of the nicest things I've ever seen presented since I've been on the Planning Commission, and if in fact you put together a group or a team that includes somebody from departments, I would love to sit on a committee like this to save my turtles and watch my ADA. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Good. This is an update, right?
This is an update.
Okay.
No action is needed.
Well, thank you. And we have one more item, item 50, DIR 38743, Director's Business Public Hearing, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, discussion possible action to approve the 2011 Planning Commission dates.
The dates are in front of you. We do this early because of our deadlines to get on the various agendas. So your meeting dates through February 23rd, 2012 are before you this evening. So
If there's no discussion or conflicts with such dates, if any of these conflict with your travel schedule or any world tours of any rock bands or anything like that, so we'll.
Yeah, I'll move for approval of the dates as outlined.
Thank you. Is a motion for approval. If there are no other comments, please cast your vote. And those are approved. And at that point, we'll go to citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda. Must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name. For the record, the amount of discussion on any single item will be limited.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 41, going back to that.
Okay.
That guy has taken this commission for fools, absolute fools. And I refer you to the City Council meeting on July 21st, items number 72 and 76. Go back on the tapes and look at this. This guy cops a plea all the time. This last time he was having a heart attack or I don't know what it was. But he keeps playing you along and playing you along, and the place is a mess. That it was a hearing and possible action to consider the appeal regarding nuisance notice in order to comply. And then 76, it was an extension of time. All he's doing is playing you for fools, and I hope that the next time that this guy comes up before you, that you realize that. Second thing on the agenda, and this is a question. Like we were talking about, the person applied for a beer and wine. How does non-alcoholic beer apply to that? Can they sell?
Yes.
They can sell that.
It's like soda.
God, thank you. The third thing, and this goes back to the fellow on, I think it was Alda Drive. that enclosed the carport. When they enclose a carport, most of the time the carports are made out of number 2 fir, which is not code for a habitable dwelling. So when they enclose those things, how do they upgrade that to number 1 fir? And sometimes they're on 18-foot centers when the actual habitable building has to be 16-inch centers. And how do they, once a wall is covered up in that, how do they know if it's number 1 or number 2 fir? The thing is, they go down to Home Depot or they go down to Lowe's and they buy this stuff. They don't sell number 1, they sell number 2. If you want to go to number 1, you have to go down to the old Houston or 84 Lumber is about the only place that I know that sells the number 1. So every time I see this, that they want to convert something in that's already an existing structure, I often wonder. I just wonder how that is inspected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Then we will adjourn the meeting.